Good morning again. Brent Carver coming at you this morning here from Darana Dragway, Milan, Michigan. And guess what? It is time. Thank you for coming out here to the Dragway this morning and staying here with us all weekend, as we are going to have one spectacular event brought to you by the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Race number 2 in the season. And at this point in time, I will say those words: attention in the pits. If you didn't already have attention, you need it now. Attention in the pits. Hot rod. Hot rod to 1 and 2. Hot rod to 1 and 2 for your fourth and final time shot before eliminations. Hot rod to 1 and 2, please. Stock, you are on standby. Oh, we do love our racers. So everything from the hot rodders right on up. Hot Rod, you're already making your way. Thank you for starting this way. Hot Rod to 1 and 2. Hot Rod to 1 and 2 for your final shot at the track. That last chance to dial in the starting line and dial in the big end. Hot Rod to 1 and 2 stock. You are on standby. Hot Rod 1 and 2 stock. You're on standby. Good morning to everybody on the property. I'll go ahead while it's quiet too, and oh, look, you're official. I'll go ahead and start out this morning with, while it's quiet, there will be chapel service by RFC in the Godspeed. Oh boy, I can't even get that right this morning. Godspeed. I'm fired. See y'all. Yeah, somewhere. No. That is Saturday morning at 7:15 in the grandstands. Saturday morning at 7:15, there will be I'll call it a non-denominational church service. That will be in the stands at 7:15 on Saturday morning. So you can wake up at 6, watch Bugs Bunny, watch your Saturday morning cartoons, and then be in the stands at 7:15 for church service before we go into racing on Saturday. Hot Rod, start bringing them to 1 and 2, please. Hot Rod, there's a few of you up here. I see a few more rolling this way, so that's a good thing. Hot Rod, 1 to go this morning. Bring them on. Stock, you're up next. Stock, you're on standby. Run order remains the same as yesterday. Hot Rod, Stock, Quick Rod, Super Stock, Super Rod, Top Sportsman, and Top Dragster. We will go in that order again this morning. One more shot at this beautiful racetrack before it is go time eliminations. You know, lots of money on the line here today across all these classes. I was at dinner last night. I'm a 1090 7.0 index racer. And I couldn't tell you the last time I got to run for something like about a $9,000 purse by the time you take first place, second place, semis, all those kind of things. I couldn't tell you the last time I got to do that and get fed and get ice brought to your trailer and be part of this kind of event. You get to do it twice this weekend. You get to do it today and again. So we are part of something special here at IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. If you're here, huge thank you goes out. If you're watching online, I'm not sure why you're not here. If you have that kind of car and you're within any driving distance of here, I drove 7.5 hours to get here. You can do it. I got friends that came from Louisville. We see cars from Florida. We see cars from Canada. We see cars from all over. So if you're watching online and you want to know if it's worth coming, 100%. Don't forget, we have Racer Appreciation Dinner tonight at 6 o'clock. You can see the big old Racer Appreciation hospitality tent. Do not miss that dinner. It's free. It's brought to you by IHRA. And it's for us, the racers. And it will be the best food you can get anywhere around it. You're not going to go to the restaurant and get a better plate of food than you're going to get tonight. And you're going to get to sit with maybe perhaps some of your heroes, some of the people that you've raced with or seen or watched on TV over the years. you know, that's a great opportunity. Meet somebody new tonight at the Racer Appreciation Dinner. And yes, there's another one tomorrow night. We want you to have the most amazing experience here this weekend, and we appreciate each and every one of you coming out from IHRA, Darana Hybrid, Darana Dragway, Milan, Michigan. Big thank you, and we'll be coming at you with Hot Rod on the way to the lanes. Hey, quick attention in the pits. If you happen to pick up an air gauge, a tire gauge up here on the wall yesterday afternoon that is not yours, we have racers up here looking for it. So if you picked up an air gauge that you don't know who it belongs to, it was sitting on the wall, and you're like, well, this is a nice air gauge. I can check my golf cart tires with this. You can bring it to the tower, and we will get it to its correct and rightful owners. I think it was sitting down here around the starting line, air gauge, that, well, gosh, these racers probably would like to check the air in their tires. So if you have that, please bring it to the tower. Say, hey, I found this on the wall, and we'll make sure we get it to them. Thank you. And here we go. It's time already. We're getting it kicked off. Ron Lux and Jordan Odoms going to be the first ones out this morning in Hot Rod. 64 Plymouth Savoy on the left side, and Jordan Odoms. 2000 S10. Odoms was 30 on the tree. Lux was not. Oh, Odoms definitely got a little work to do to slow that one down. 10.77. Remember the 10.90 number. Lux goes to 11.25. Going to have to pick up the pace for the Savoy. Kevin Sanders, one of my buddies out of Louisville, Kentucky. The Boogie Lights Mustang. It's got an RV repair facility there in Louisville. Left lane, Dwayne Delinsky, 72 Cutlass. Over on the left side, out of Fort Myers, Florida. A couple of long haulers here. Louisville not that far away, I guess maybe 5 hours or so, but that's pretty good haul. Kevin's ready for eliminations. He was 001 red, but just 001. So that's easy enough to fix. Goes 10.95.6. And look at there, Delinsky goes dead on with a 5. So 10.90 with a 5 for Delinsky. I'm telling you, you better have your ducks in a row when we get into eliminations early this afternoon. Last chance to get those final adjustments. Bill Edwards, Dearborn, Michigan, right lane. He's not my favorite. I've raced him 3 times and it's never worked out for me. Harold Thompson, left lane, 87 IHRA Z out of Waterford, Michigan on the left side of the racetrack. Well, Thompson's 004 up front. Edwards 15 up front. Edwards goes 10.89 with a 6. Yeah, that's right, just 4 thousandths under the index. And Thompson goes 10.96.7 at 122 miles an hour. Steve Yannickus and Robbie Ballard. Ballard, this super clean looking 79 Fox body on the left side of the racetrack. Yannickus, 74 Camaro out of Rising Sun, Ohio. Yannickus is 003 red. Ballard 16 green. Ballard goes dead on with a 4. So 16, that's 20 total for Ballard. It's a good thing sometimes math isn't too hard because I can handle the simple stuff. What I'd really appreciate it if y'all were trip, zip, and dead zero. That way I don't have to do any math. Rudy Matthews and Mitchell Hinton. Hinton over on the left side, 77 Camaro. Matthews out of Ohio City, Ohio, the 69 first-gen Camaro on the right side of the racetrack. Boy, they weren't kidding. I told you guys we're going to have their starting lines figured out. I've seen everything from negative 001, but I see an awful lot of 00s on the good side. Michael Hinton was 007. Matthews was 23 up front, but dead 4. I'm telling you. I do need, at this point, attention in the pits. Stock. Stock to the lanes. Stock to the lanes for your final qualifier. Stockers to the lanes. Corey Hansen and Jim Unum. Unum, the 90 Beretta on the right side of the racetrack. Hansen out of Brighton, Michigan. In the long roof, Chevy 2. Hansen was 27 up front. Unum missed the tree. Hansen was 10.93. Finally got that wagon dialed in. It was too slow the first couple passes. It was too quick the third pass. And now he goes 10.93. So really getting that car dialed in. Making best use of the time trial sessions. Phil Smida. And Carl Trader. Trader, this really good-looking 69 Nova. Smida over there in the Cavalier. It's trip zip red on the starting line, and Trader's 002. Smida goes 1089-1. Trader goes 1092-0 with 002 up front. Bill Whitnauer out of Crestwood, Kentucky. Notchback Tigger on the left side. He is an OSCA multi-time champion. Right side, one of those two Monzas by the Miller crew. That is Alex Miller. They definitely had some success in Ohio a couple weeks ago. And look at it. Whitnauer is 11 up front. Miller is 13 up front. Whitnauer goes 1093-4. Miller goes 1099 with a 6. Frank Jenkins, I don't even have to look at the racetrack to know what that is. 63 Pontiac Le Mans. I can see it on the screen, and I know what Jenkins drives, and it's a beauty. Left side, Pete Maduri, the Maduri Motorsports 90 Cavalier in that hot rod black. Stock, stock, stock. Attention in the pit. Stock, stock. We need you to 3 and 4. Stock. Jenkins still has a little bit of work to do on the starting line. Goes 1098.6. Maduri, 21 up front, 1095 at 135 mile an hour for the Cavalier. Scotty Reinshield on the left side of the racetrack made it to the finals, both races at Columbus 2 weeks ago. Kenny Underwood won the first one 2 weeks ago, the Thursday race. So he got a nice payday. Reinshield got 2 nice paydays as runner-up both days, I believe. Reinshield, the 69 Corvette. Underwood, the 81 Camaro. Want to know why they were in the finals and a winner? Underwood is trip zip on the tree, dead 6. I can do that math because I don't have to add. You just take the 6. 6 total for Underwood. Reinshield was 009. So they are both going to be back on their game again, and I would not be surprised to see them in the very late rounds again this afternoon. Gage Birch, Palmetto, Florida, the Danger Ranger. Danger, 1090. He's a killer racer over there on the right side of the racetrack. Sean Pitts went many, many rounds as well in Ohio. That's the 2000 Catfish Camaro on the left side out of London, Ohio. We've seen a few reds, but they're real close reds. Everybody's right up on the wheel this morning. 008 red for Pitts goes 1093-1. Birch a little bit off the number. May have just clicked that thing off early, got the 8th mile and 1,000-foot numbers he wanted, and clicked it off. Goes 11:54 at only $1.06.
Track's cold anyway. Give me a second. I want to get that logo in there, and then that's it. So.
Guess I know why the Birch machine was off the number. I said Ranger Danger, didn't I? And now the Ranger paid me back. Has put something down on the surface. So the track crew will head out with the equipment and get after it and get this surface back ready to go. I see several of them down there, maybe not nearly what it might be, so that's good. We will pray and pull for the best of the scenario. See what we've got. Got an absolute great crew out here that'll jump right on it and get this deal straightened back up lickety-split. So I'm going to bet that the live feed will go back to some replays already, or maybe some replays from yesterday, maybe throw on a little music, and we will let the track crew get after it. Sorry, I need to pause old Van Morrison there. Stockers, you should be in 3 and 4. Hot Rod, you should be in 1 and 2. We're close already. That's what happens when you have awesome crew. I promise everybody you see here at the racetrack this weekend will be working their tails off to provide you the best racing surface and the best experience. If there's something you don't know or don't understand, I feel certain that somebody in a blue shirt or the black shirt with the IHRA logo will be more than happy to either answer that question or find the correct answer for you. I will ask that if you have a question, the first place to come is probably not the tower. Like I said, we do have a few minutes yet. I believe the surface is actually ready, but at the turnoff and a little work down there going on, so top end turnoff area is not clear yet. So we got just a few minutes, and then we'll be coming back to you. Feel certain the big end will give us the all clear when they're ready to go. Again, the racetrack itself, good. The turnoff itself, not good. So they're going to get that all straightened up and be ready to rock and roll here real soon. All right, engines come back to life, top in clear, and time to go back to it. Mike Ruzicka rolls into the right lane in his 70 Duster. Got to the semis, both races last weekend. I talked to him this morning at breakfast. He said, yeah, just need to go one more now. 2 days and 2 semifinals. So Mike wants to pick it up one more round and make it to the finals this afternoon. He's definitely got the car and whatnot to do it, so I'd look for him to make a good run again. He's tough racer in that Duster out of Mount Sterling, Ohio. .23 on the tree, 1097 with a 0 out the back. I bet he'll tighten that package up a little bit more and be ready for first round here coming up in a couple hours. Matt Daddis, Vermillion, Ohio, the 80 Oldsmobile Starfire. Left lane, Rob Berschmeiden. Berschmeider, it looks like there's an R on the end. There's so many letters in his last name, it doesn't all show up on one screen on my computer. Born to run 79 Monte Carlo. So Berschneider, see, I know, here's what I know. If you say a racer's name wrong, they will let you know. My response, write more clearly on your tech card and they'll get put in right. So Daddis goes 1084. He's 007 red. Berschneider, 13 red, 1095 8. And right into the Stockers. Stock headed down the racetrack, Michael Hours and Denny Hillman. Hillman out of Indianapolis, 67. Drop top Camaro goes 1159 on his 1250. Hours, 1125 on the 1240. We are in stock. This is stock's final qualifier. Jim Cakel and Vance Cummins. Two of my favorite classics. Cakel goes 1090 on his 12-0. Cummins goes 1117 on his 12-0. Now, if those cars meet in eliminations, they will be heads up. Scott Bartlett and Mike Sheehan head down the racetrack. Attention to the pits. Listen, I'm still looking for that air gauge. I believe that's the Rhine Shields air gauge. If you picked up an air gauge on the wall, whether you're a track worker, you are a racer, you're a crew person, whomever, found a tire gauge on the wall and you're like, this is really nice and it's not mine, please bring it to the tower. We'd love to get the Rhine Shields their air gauge back. Also, attention in the pits, I need quick rod. Quick Rod to 5 and 6. Quick Rod to 5 and 6. Got a pair of classic Dodges. But we also have a very slow roller down there on the big end, and that would be Bartlett. Crossed the finish line at a whopping 27 miles an hour. Out goes the retrieval unit. See if they need help getting that Bartlett car off of the big end. That's the 79 Oldsmobile Delta 88. So they're going to assist Bartlett, make sure everything's good, and then go back to it. Quick Rod, we need you to the lanes. So they shut him off on the starting line, and the crew is down there assisting the Bartlett machine off of the surface. And as soon as we're clear on the big end, it'll be back to go time. And there's the sign. We see the car make the turn. And time to get back to it, a pair of classic Mopars. 67 Belvedere on the right side. 64 Plymouth on the left side. Dinkle machine, that's on the left side out of Pinckney, Michigan, and out of Bloomfield, Ohio, that is the Belvedere of Dean. Dinkle goes 1069. Dean goes across at 433, just 2 hun under that base dial in for Dean. If you want to watch a wheelie, watch the right lane. Harold Thompson going to put it up on the bumper. He gets his most money's worth out of those wheelie bars. Bobby Lundum on the left side, 68 Nova goes down, 1245 base index goes 1136. Thompson on that 1130 goes 1063. Again, I need quick rod to 5 and 6, quick rod to 5 and 6, please. Richard Mason, the 90 Corvette, G-Stock automatic, and Patrick Downing over here on the left side of the racetrack in the 2010 Varsity Ford Cobra Jet. Downing gets there first, goes 1072. Mace 1104 on his 1230. Stevie T out of Richfield, Ohio. 66 Deuce over here on the left side of the racetrack. And Paul Boster. 80 Cutlass over there on the right side out of Pataskala, Ohio. I'm so proud of myself. I remember that name from 2 weeks ago. Pataskala. Boster's 19 red, Tukolsky 38 up front. Chevy 2 goes 1061 on the 1180. Boster 1146 at 113 mile an hour on his J-Stock automatic 1275. Brent Derrick Motorsports, the Hookstown, PA. That's a perfect name for a town that your race car comes from, Hookstown. And it does do it. That is the Camaro on the right side. Left side, Nathan Riley, 89 Trans Am. That's the J-Stock automatic on a 1275, and the B-Stocker of Duroc on the 1150. Riley almost perfect on the trees, 003 for the reaction time, 10:90 at only 84 miles an hour there for Riley. I say 10:90, it's 11:90. Went 11:90 on the 1275, but only 84 miles an hour. So obviously cut that one off early. Brent Derrick goes 10:39 on his 1150, 44 on the reaction time. And the next pair in the beams, Bruce Boyle out of Manhattan, Illinois, the 89 IHRA, and Steve Zorney. I wonder when I'll get corrected on that one. I think I'm right, actually. 1295 for the 02 Dakota. We said it that way 2 weeks ago at Columbus and didn't get corrected, so I'm going with Zorney. Zorney takes the Dakota down to an 1189 on his 1295 base. Boyle goes 1043 on the 1260 base. Quick Rod, you should be in the lanes. Quick Rod, you should be in the lanes. Super Stock, you are on standby. Those ladders will be posted at the Darana Motorsports bright green trailer that is in the staging lanes. The one in the staging lanes, you can see it right before you come around the corner onto the racetrack. Ladders will be posted there, and they will be posted at Tech. So if you're out there in the Tech area and you want to see a ladder, here in just a few minutes, those will be posted already for our stock eliminator class. Quick Rod, you should be in the lanes. Quick Rod, you should be in the lanes. And Super Stockers on standby. Looks like Quick Rod is getting suited up. Final couple passes with the tractor. So we're going to be back to it in just a moment. I hear some engines coming back to life and drivers are getting buckled up. So we are close. All right, going into the fourth and final time trial for Quick Rod and Bill Jackson and Troy Williams Jr. coming at you. The left lane, the Overkill Motorsports Dragster out of Bradenton, Florida. Bill Jackson, Mansfield, Ohio, 2006 advanced dragster. Got a little different body design and whatnot on that dragster. Quick Rod, if this is your first time, this is 890 quarter-mile index. They leave together, they drop on a stop, and then they go on down the racetrack. They're on a 4/10 Pro Treat. They can use throttle stop, so you'll see almost every one of these cars leave, look like it shuts off and is broken, and then take off again. They're under full horsepower on the hit. They do that to get the reaction time of making. Then they kick it on a throttle stop to slow down the ET for a minute. And both those guys were 10 on the light. Bill Jackson was 10. Troy Williams was 10. 895 the ET for the left lane, 893 for the ET for Jackson over on the right side at 175 mile an hour. Next pair up, Tyler Schneider and Tisha Wilson. Wilson on the left side, the 2023 Racetech Dragster. That very familiar Greenbrier Excavating and Paving logo on the side of it. All right, about 2 or 3 things all at once. Tyler Schneider, 17 up front. Tisha Wilson, 007 on the tree, goes 897.2. Schneider on the right side, 17 on the reaction time, 892. Here's the next one. Super Stock. Super Stock, we need you to the lanes. Super Stock for your 4th and final qualifier. Super Stock to 3 and 4. Rock Haas and Rob Bernschneider. Yes, we got a name straightened up. Always a beautiful thing. Rob Bernschneider on the left side out of Pittsburgh, PA, and Rock Haas out of Commerce, Michigan. Here's the next thing. Brian's Burgers. That's the phenomenal food vendor down there in the pits. They are open, and they do have breakfast sandwiches. He said something about deep fried biscuits and gravy. I don't know what that means, but that must be good. If you take all the best things in the world, deep fried biscuits, sausage gravy, Randy Lee, can you think of anything sounds better than that? I can't. Hell, you're diabetic, that's not your thing. It's a good thing I'm not, because I didn't get this way by not eating fried foods. If you have not been to the Brian's Burgers yet, you are going to like it. Their food is phenomenal. All right, Bernschneider goes 897.9 with an 18 light. Haas was 10 up front, 891 with a 4. Super stock, please roll them this way. Super stock. We need you to the lane. Super stock to 3 and 4. Super stock to 1 and 2, or 3 and 4, or wherever they tell you to go. I think 1 and 2. Super stock. Pat Darana's left lane, dead on with a 0, 8900. 50 on the reaction time, but got the dial set up just right with that 890 flat. Pat Marty, 17 on the reaction time, 894 with a 6. Next pair up, Leo Zinda and Steve Taylor. Taylor on the right side. Casherton, Ohio. Zinda, Clinton Township, Michigan, 2018 American Dragster. Chris Fields and Kendra Reinshield, I hope our air pressure is proper in the rear tires of that dragster. I think we're still looking for that air pressure gauge that belongs to the Reinshields. It was picked up off of the wall down here yesterday. Let's get that back to its owner. If you find it or you know you have it, please bring it to the tower and we'll get it back to him. Chris Fields, 97 advanced dragster on the right side with the old upswept headers. I kind of dig that. Fields is 25 on the tree. Reinshield is 26 on the tree. Fields goes 891 with a 6. Reinshield a little off the numbers. See, if you have their air gauge, her being off the numbers could be your fault. Please bring it to the tower. Did go 905 on the 890. Got to pick that dragster up just a little bit for Reinshield. Bob Prose and Steve Fields. Fields Racing 1999 advanced dragster over here on the left side of the racetrack, and Bob Prose out of Terre Haute, Indiana, the 2020 Miller dragster over there. Fields is 19 on the tree, goes 893.6. Pros, 24 for the reaction time. 185 mile an hour out the back at the old 896. One of the great things about racing here and coming here to spectate, your general admission ticket is a pit pass. It gives you access to the pits. So if you're sitting in the stands and you go, man, I need to stretch my legs, just hop up, walk around the pits, get an autograph, get a picture with somebody's car, check out the unbelievable craftsmanship that you see on a lot of these race cars. You wouldn't believe it. I mean, it's if you're not familiar with this quality of car up close, you need to check them out. Tony Elrod and Jamie Elrod line up next to each other for this final hit. Is it going to be uncomfortable back at the trailer? Who's going to get the tree? It's all going to be down to the tree right here. Oh, boy. Tony is probably going to let Jamie have it. Tony was 24 on the tree, and Jamie was not. Tony went 891 with an eye. Jamie was 895. I'm sure going down the racetrack, Jamie was looking at the side of Tony's dragster going, boy, I'd like to be up there with you. I talked to them yesterday. They are super cool people. They got like 6 race cars here this weekend. So awesome folks to talk to. Whole fleet of race cars over there. Check them out. And after talking to her yesterday, I'm pretty sure she won't mind if I give her a little ribbon. Right. Cylinder 04 Mustang with an 1105 base index. Richard Rogers, one of those beautiful 2014 Cobra Jets, factory GT car, 1010. I don't mean that was a Mustang GT. I mean, it's a factory GT class car built by Ford. The Cobra Jet goes 876 at 153 miles an hour. That thing gets right clean after it. Buchanan goes 1029. When was the last time you saw a 6-cylinder Mustang go 1029 at 130 miles an hour? That thing is impressive. Randy Eakins, another one of those Cobra Jets out of Sikeston, Missouri. 2019 model this time. That's a factory super stock car with an I classification, so his base number is 1075. Those Cobra Jets come in different variations, so some will be considered a GT, some are going to be called factory super stock. They come with the Coyote, they come with the Supercharger, they come without it. There's different variations within the Cobra Jet world, so that's how they get those base numbers. Larry Eagle, 91 Oldsmobile Calais on the right side, 1030. Daryl Chiravino. Beautiful 67 Camaro on the left side, 15 red up front. I love his back window. I don't know if you saw that. On his back window, he took his dial-in marker and put, "Thank you, IHRA," real big. Thank you to every one of the racers here this weekend sporting this event. We hope we give you an outstanding experience, and you'll want to come to every one, and you'll put the whole season on your schedule for next year and not miss a single one. Chris Ruzicka and Mike Fuller. Fuller out of Belleville, Michigan, 2013 Mustang over on the right side, factory super stock car. That's a factory super stock I. This is a perfect example. The Ruzicka machine on the left side is a factory super stock A. So his base number is 910, and he goes 909. Mike Fuller goes 1016 on the 1075, and attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Rod to the lanes, Super Rod. We'll take you, Super Rod to the lanes, please. Working our way through this fourth and final qualifier for Super Stock. I need Super Rod to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, you're on standby. Away goes Mark Nowicki and Jimmy Ronzello. Ronzello in the Cobra Jet on the right side goes 934 on the 1020 base. 32 up front. The reaction time there for Nowicki. 35 up front goes 799. I'm sorry, 961. Boy, I thought that was way under. 961, 138 mile an hour there for Nowicki in the Avenger. Next pair. John I was hoping the sounds of the cars would drown out the way I was getting ready to butcher his name. So, right lane, 15 red on the starting line, 1035 base dial in, goes 953 at 139 mile an hour. Meanwhile, George Wright, that was in the 96 Mustang on the left side, 76 on the reaction time, 992 at 132 mile an hour on his 1065. Kevin Righty and Rodney Worrell make their way down the racetrack. Worrell left side, Cobra Jet. 65 on the tree, 950 base dial in, goes off the number, coasting. Kevin Righty, 1038, 126 mile an hour. Righty had problems on the starting line off of his number as well. So both those guys probably with a little bit of work to do before we go into first round. Coming up here shortly, Matt Dattis, an Adkins in this super cool 69 AMX. Daddis, your winner in super stock out in Columbus. In the TBM Brakes 2005 Pontiac Sunfire. GTH automatic for Daddis on a 1080. SSB car for Adkins. That's the AMX with a 1020 base number. Adkins goes 9:08 on the 1020, 39 on the reaction time. Good pass there for the AMX. Daddis 42 on the reaction time. 9:88, 132 miles an hour for the Sunfire. Earl Rowe and Aaron Russell. Rowe was your #1 qualifier in Columbus. Let's see if he does it again. Big wheels up launches for both of them. To be #1 in super stock, you got to be the furthest under your base index. 11:55 goes 10:11. And Russell, 9:97, 10:40. Getting down to the final few pairs here in super stock. I do need, if you're not already here, Super Rod. Super Rod, you should be in the lane. Super Rod. Chris Lozon, 92. That thing has got some slick paint on it. That 92 Achieva over here on the left side. And check out super classic looking 1973 Plymouth Duster of Randy Martin out of Belleville, Michigan. 11:30 for the SSJ automatic Duster. Lozon 92 Achieva, that's the GT factory automatic car. If you like wheelies, super stock is definitely a place to see wheelies. Pretty pass there. Martin was a little bit red on the tree, but goes 1072 on his 1130 base. The Achieva goes 13 on the reaction time. Nice pass there. 986, 132 mile an hour on the 1055 base. John Fretch, Cortland, Ohio. 83 Camaro. 1135 base number, going to run probably low 10s. .1079, 124 mile an hour, and it looks to me like that probably wraps up super stock. Super Rod, you should be in the lanes, and Top Sportsman, you are on standby. When I make sure we got enough room up here, we'll get you to start rolling this way. Super Stock, you're all, I'm sorry. Top Sportsman, you're on standby. Fast Lube, beautiful 63 Corvette Roadster over there on the right side. 990 is what they're looking for on the scoreboard. They will use the throttle stop. You'll see them all do it, almost every one. I don't think I've seen a single Super Rod car that runs them straight through. Almost. Gets a little roll at it before it comes back off the stop. 17 on the starting line, 983. 145 mile an hour there, but look at the mile per hour difference. Theodore, 44 up front, but goes 992 at 170 miles an hour. Tom Diamond and Dave Fields. Fields over on the right side. The Battleship Gray 90 Cutlass. Calais. Tom Diamond 37 on the light bulb, goes 995 at 162 mile an hour. Fields 1007, 138 mile an hour there. Jacob Elrod and Paul Richardson. Richardson, the Roadster Camaro on the right side. Elrod, the Chevy Corvette Roadster on the left side of the racetrack. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman. Start rolling this way. Top Sportsman. Great big field of y'all. Let's start rolling them to the lanes. Top Sportsman. Elrod just a hair green, 5 thou to the bad side up front, 993, 167 mile an hour for the Corvette. Richardson 24 on the let go. 992, 166 mile an hour there for Paul Richardson. Vince Grigor, 55 Bel Air, and that thing is a beauty. You think it's got chrome and whatnot on it, but that's all airbrush and fine, fine work. And speaking of a beautiful car, Rock Haas, 2004 Corvette Roadster over there. Boy, look at the paint gleaming over there on the right side. Haas is 22 on the light bulb, 988 with a 9. Grosjean was a little tardy, goes 996, 142 mile an hour for the Tri-5. We see a piece of paper, water bottle, something out there rolling down the racetrack. So crew gonna run down there and snatch that up real quick. Something blew off or out of the car. Looks like, you know, a paper towel, water bottle, something. They're gonna go ahead and fire them up. Nothing to clean up, just a little bit of one quick thing to pick up, and the next pair are gonna move on in, and that's Steve Hoyt and Ron Lower. Again, attention in the pits. Top Sportsman, we need you. Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman. Boy, talk about two stunning looking cars right here. 96 Cutlass of Ron Lower. Beautiful, slick paint on that Cutlass. But in the other lane, another one that'll knock your eyes out there. Steve Hoyt, 04 Cavalier. Boy, oh boy, I wish my regular car looked as good as these things do. The paint is phenomenal. They're identical on the starting line. A 17 reaction time for Lower, a 16 for Hoyt. Hoyt goes 992.6, Lower 993.6. I bet either one of them would like to have that pass in eliminations. Pat Martin over on the right side in the 27 Davis Roadster. Mike Coughlin. The Jegs 55 Bel Air. Built by Bob's Pro Fab down in Tennessee. Martin is 007 on the tree, goes down the racetrack. Dead on with a 7. 14,000 total package there for Martin. Coughlin, 19,000 on the let go, 997, 166 mile an hour for the Chevy. Mark Harmon, left lane, Jeff Smith. Right lane, 10 red, Smith, 24 green. Smith goes down and lights the board at a 986 with a 9. Harmon lights it up 989 with an 8. John Sickish and Chris Goebel go down the racetrack. That was the 89 Dodge K car. Anybody remember the Reliant K? Dodge changed the whole automotive world with those K cars back in the day. Goebel was 54 on the tree, goes 985 at 153 miles an hour. John Sickish over on that left side was 83 on the let go, 977, 170 mile an hour. And the next pair sits in the water box. The top bulbs are really Bob Pros and Ricky Adkins. I swear every time that Adkins machine leaves, I think it's broken. Oh, apparently Hopefully my talking over the microphone was right. Oh, nice. Very nice. Thank you, sir. I mentioned biscuits and gravy, and what is up here? Biscuits and gravy. Very nice. Thank you. You might check that out. I already know how good it's going to be. That's Brian's Burgers. That's down in the pits. And they have breakfast sandwiches. They have biscuits and gravy. They have all kind of deliciousness. And I get to sample it right here. But you can sample it. Go on down there, pick you up a biscuit and gravy or a breakfast sandwich. I promise all their food is phenomenal. Steve Fields goes down with Pontiac Trans Am 11 on the reaction time. 995 with a 0. And it looks like we are just about, if not completely, finished with Super Rod. Top Sportsman, top Sportsman. I would announce this last one, but I have biscuits and gravy in my mouth. Just kidding, I haven't taken the first bite yet, but I am just moments away. Leo Zinda, 98 Cavalier Ring and Pinion Shop on the side. Wrapping up Super Rod, and I need my top Sportsman. 32 cars entered in top Sportsman today. How about that for a field? Why did you... time to respond to, why did you go to 8th Mile for top Sportsman? 32 top Sportsman cars entered today. Awesome field. Going to be some great competition. rolling into top Sportsman. 32 of them on the field qualifying today. First one, absolutely beautiful machine of Tim Molnar. Seville, Ohio, 69 Camaro. A purge of the nitrous. Gorgeous blue paint out there on that machine. And this thing is fast. You're getting ready to see some of the fastest door cars on the property here this morning in this final round of top Sportsman qualifying. Tim Molnar shows that Camaro down the racetrack. 3.74, 202 mile an hour to the 8th mile. People say 8th mile ain't fast enough. 202 to go from 0 to 200. In just 660 feet. Absolutely killer pass there for Molnar. Gerald Jones going to be on the right side of Milford, Michigan. Beautiful RJ race cars. Pontiac on the right side with the nitrous. The left side, Ed Wilson, Benson, North Carolina. Pro nitrous car. The 41 Willys. If you can't get excited about this, you might want to go to the doctor and get checked out. They've been doing their best to get this Wilson machine to go all the way A to B under full power. Let's see how the Willys goes. Jones sits over there in the top bowl. Wilson goes 439, 131 coasting. Right side, Gerald Jones, 460, 152 mile an hour, good on the tree. You saw Wilson leave entirely too soon. That is a pro nitrous car. Normally races on a 4/10 pro tree. Trying to gather data. You know where my father gets all of his information? The database. Database, yep. Wilson. One flat to 60 foot, just doesn't power all the way out the back. Jones with a nice solid pass. Mike Savoy. It is French. Looks French to me. Tim Brown. I can figure that one out. Tim Brown out of Ohio, the 95 Probe. I'm used to it seeing orange, but I think it's been on an extra ride. So it's currently hot rod black. Left lane Savoy in that beautiful, sleek looking 2017 Dodge Dart. about Tim Brown? 414 right down the middle. Savoy has a little bit of a problem. 25 on the tree, nice up front, goes only 641 at 71 mile an hour, coasting. Brown, that's actually his first hit at the racetrack, and he went right straight down it. Keeps getting heat up here. Corey Voss, 06 Cavalier on the right side. Left lane, Jonathan Vesper. Team Vega, 05 Cavalier over here on the varsity side of the racetrack. First time I've seen the Voss machine this weekend. Beautiful Haas-built car over there. Glad I got my shades down up here because that is some bright yellow paint. Look at Voss, 428, 170 miles an hour there for the right lane. But he was red. Vesper, 22 on the tree. Nice light up front, 499, 138 mile an hour. You want to see two of the most consistent on the tree and two of the most consistent on the ET. That's going to be the two sitting at the line right now. James Hayes, 58 Corvette over on the right side of the racetrack, and Dennis Klein. Klein going to go 441. Hayes going to go 452. Check me. I know it's always dangerous to make those statements, but it ain't like the first time I've seen these cars. Klein out of Athens, Alabama, the Huntsville Engines Beretta. Yep, I shouldn't have said it out loud. Problems for the Hayes machine. Got out of shape, had to get it back on all four wheels. Oh, wait, did I say Klein was going to go 441? I think I did. Guess what Klein went? 441 with a 7. Hayes was 005 on the tree. I told you they're consistent up front. Actually, Klein let go a little quick. Hayes was 005. Car got out of shape and had to gather it back up. So I missed on his ET, but that's not my fault. It's never my fault. Another pair of Jerry Haas cars. 92 Lumina out of the Haas camp, or the Haas building camp, should I say. That's David Mullins over on the right side of the racetrack, and Alex Miller. One of those classic Haas Cutlasses over here, 97 Cutlass out of Mansfield, Ohio. Alex Miller over on the left side was 10 on the reaction time, 497, 139 miles an hour. Meanwhile, David Mullins, 003 red. That's real tight. Easy enough to fix. 488, 141 miles an hour, and he will put a few numbers in the box and be ready for first round of eliminations. Pat DeBottis and Craig Sullivan, the bet on black, 49 Merc on the right side, 2000 Dakota on the left side out of Howell, Michigan. Sullivan on the right side of Plainfield, Indiana. Going to be racing this weekend in Pro Modified with that 49 Merc. I can't confirm it, but this sure looks like a ex-Pro Stock pickup truck right here. 2000 Dakota. DeBottis 489, 17 on the tree. Nice pass there. Sullivan left for the tree. Ree got the car going. Goes ahead and gives it a good hit. See if it's going to go straight. It looked like it went straight. If you want to see beautiful engineering on a car, check out the Dwayne Rice machine when it gets back to the pit here shortly. Out of Grove City, Ohio. That car is a Mountain Motor Pro Stock competitor. He did this same thing 2 weeks ago, entered it into Top Sportsman, and won Top Sportsman on the Thursday race, and then raced Mountain Motor Pro Stock for the rest of the weekend. But I do love the look of this Mike Badia machine, 96 Cutlass. Man, those are such classic Pro Stock looking cars. I love them. Badia out of Hilford, Michigan. I'm telling you folks, there's not very many sporting events you can go to where you can walk around and meet the players and look at the equipment up close. But remember, your general admission pass this weekend gets you to everywhere on the property. So you can walk up to these cars. Of course, check with the crew. Don't be putting your fingers on them or whatever. Unless they say it's okay, they might let you get in it and take a picture. Who knows? Racers love fans, no doubt. .413 with a 9. I'm going to go ahead and say I saw Rice's machine go 412, 414, and 413 all within the last day. It is dead on consistent. He's 005 red on the tree. Badia goes 438. That car's fast too. 161 mile an hour for Badia. 10 red up front. Put a few in the box and let her rip, Tater Chip. I need at this point Top Dragster! Top Dragster to the lanes. Top Dragster to the lanes. Next pair completes the burnouts, and it is Motor City Mike Sowards on the right side of the racetrack. 68 bright green Camaro, probably one of Daryl's favorite cars on the property. Who knows, seems to love green. Left lane out of Trenton, Ohio. None other than Jimmy Fallon. Takes a weekend off from New York and comes down here and races. Jimmy Fallon, the blown 68 Camaro out of Ohio. Sowards, the nitrous 68 Camaro out of Clarkston, Michigan. Starting line, Fallon, 31 reaction time, 4:15, 175 miles an hour. Sowards leaves good, 25 on the let go, but clicks it off early. Coasts across 630 at only 83 miles an hour. So Sowards going to have to look that car over, make sure it is 100% prepared for first round coming up shortly. Fallon, just like he was in Ohio, appears to be ready for battle. King Tut, Todd Tutterow, rolls the beautiful 69 Camaro through the water. That car went 3. That car went 370 yesterday. That's the machine on the right side. Consistent and ready to go. Here going to be Ken Langlois on the left side of the racetrack. The 92 Profab Cutlass. There's a lot of places that build race cars, but some of the best ones in the business are here this weekend. You got Jerry Bickle built cars, Bob's Profab built cars, Haas cars, RJ race cars. I mean, the best in the world are here this weekend. Let's see if Tutterow repeats and goes 370 or maybe even a little quicker. I'm putting my money on the starting line for Langlois. .68, 203 miles an hour for Tutterow. Langlois, just like I said, 15 on the tree, 454, 155 mile an hour. Promise that Langlois machine is going to be a tough competitor. Tutterow, let's go a little early, but 368, 203 on the money. Aaron Glasser goes down the left side, 475, 149 miles an hour. That car is typically just a tick quicker than that. 17 on the reaction time. Right side, 16 up front, 454. Ronnie Proctor and Tony Wilson. Wilson, Greenbrier Excavating Camaro on the right side. Out of Kannapolis, North Carolina, Proctor. S197 Mustang, 2009 model. On the left side, out of Hedgeville, West Virginia, Mountain Mama. Wilson lets go and is gone. 380, 201 miles an hour for the right lane. Proctor, 22 on the reaction time. 423, 167 mile an hour for the Mustang. That S197 body style is one of my favorite ones. I love that look, that iteration of the Mustang. Yet another machine out of the Elrod camp. Jacob Elrod, 63 Corvette with a blow-through setup on it. That's pretty unusual setup there for that car. Bill Yates, 68 Camaro over there. Another one of those Profab built machines out of Tennessee. Some of the prettiest craftsmanship you get to see on those Profab cars. Nitrous there for the right lane. Blower for Elrod over here on the left side. Yates was 17 on the reaction time, 436, 163 mile an hour. Elrod got his reaction times from Jamie. Jacob must have got his reaction time from her this time. Started with a 1, and that's not where you want it to be. 457, 135 mile an hour for the Corvette. I'll give you a quick, because sometimes I just try to impress you with how smart I am, and, well, usually that's not very impressive. When I say blow through on that Elrod machine, they have a blower on the front of the car, and then you see a big tube coming up, goes back, and forces the air down through the top of the carburetor. There's one you've seen before. Mr. Get on before you get down the racetrack. That is none other than Dean Carnes. Disco Dean out of Ohio, the Tint King. T-I-N-T, not T-E-N-T. Not hard to find in the pits or in the grocery store parking lot. All the cars are bright pink. The truck is pink. The trailer is pink. Cannot lose it. Jumps into top Sportsman to get him hit at the racetrack. Probably going to go 378. What do you think, Doug? 378? I'm calling it right out of the trailer. I've been wrong before, so why not be afraid to be wrong now? Don't forget it's a full tree down there, Disco. See, I jinxed it. Hey, it was 9:59 to the 60-foot. The car left out absolutely like a rocket. Sounded almost like it didn't shift. It all of a sudden just kind of did a bunch of stuttering and had to click it off. Good leave there for Disco. Doesn't get to make the full trip, but that starting line data is always going to be valuable for that racer going into the weekend. Brian Richardson out of Woodburn, Indiana. 2003 good looking RJ Pontiac Grand Am on that right side. So Richardson in. .50 on the reaction time. Car goes 484, 144 mile an hour for the Grand Am. The Predator. 92 Cavalier Z24 of Killer Brooks. Brooks lights the top bulb there with the Cavalier. Top Dragster, you should be in the lanes. .95 reaction time there, 454, 154 miles an hour for Brooks. Beautiful 58 Corvette out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. That is Lester Johnson. Driving the coal train. I love the look of that car with the very low, sleek hood on it there. That is pretty. Miller goes 73 on the reaction time, 426, 174 mile an hour out the back. Jerry Albert, Avon, Ohio, 97 Camaro. Another beautiful paint job. I like how the yellow kind of fades into some orange before it goes to the black. That is, you know, that takes some skill with a paint gun, that's for sure. Jegs machine out of Avon, Ohio. Par Racing Engines, nitrous assist there with the purge out the back window. That's cool. That way, if the nitrous causes snow to fall, it's behind you. I don't know if you've ever been around a racetrack where it's hot and it's real humid, and guys do a purge and you look and you're like, what's going on? And it's snowing. That nitrous goes up in the air and freezes the air as it falls back down. Albert 12 thousandths too soon, goes 435, 165 mile an hour, and that looks like that wraps up Top Sportsman. Keeping the train rolling, finishing up the final category here of qualifying. Tim Kish and Ricky Molnar. Molnar out of Seville, Ohio. That would be the 2016 Albert American race car on the right side of the racetrack. Kish, the only one in the field that is a altered 32 Bantam altered. The blower on the top. Super cool looking car right there on the left side for Kish. Molnar lets go 2000s too soon, goes 455 at 151 mile an hour over on the right side. Kish 29 for the reaction time, 464, 150 miles an hour for the Bantam. Dennis Brown over here on the left side of the racetrack. The Danny Nelson Dragster with the Vortec blower hid up there behind the Dragster, behind the driver. You know, I was talking about a blow through. There it is. The blower's down on the front of the motor on a crank drive. That big tube coming up that shoves right down through the top of the carburetor. Left lane kind of looks like a Kenny Bell over there on the top of that machine. Brooke Paquette, Howell, Michigan. Paquette 19 up front, 446, 157 mile an hour. Brown 404, 183 out the back for the Vortec charged machine. Troy Williams and Ed Grissage. Right lane out of Vermillion, Ohio, 2019 American Dragster. Left lane, Williams. Bradenton, Florida, the 2019 Phantom. Matt Albright, 50 on the reaction time there on the left side of the racetrack. Michael Savoy, Tipton, Michigan, just went down the right side, knocked it a little red, goes 434, 162 mile an hour. Super stock, your stock and super stock, your ladders. Your ladders are at the green Darana trailer that is in the staging lanes right up before you make the turn onto the track, or over at Tech. Chris Ruzicka, Howard Michael. Michael on the right side, Ruzicka over here on the left side in the Jegs car. Michael over on that right side of the racetrack was 006 on the goes 461, 151 mile an hour. Ruzicka leaves 25 thousandths too soon, 437, 161 mile an hour over there on the varsity lane. Next pair complete their burnouts, and it is, ooh, hey, how about that? I haven't seen them yet this weekend. Tom Martino, Youngstown, Ohio. He's a killer for sure. Got a blow-through setup. Both of them blow-throughs. Tony Elrod, American Dragster with the blow-through on it. Martino, previous world champion over there in the Lucas car on the right side of the racetrack. If you don't follow Martino Motorsports online, you probably need to. Ryan does some cool videos and whatnot. You know, puts cameras on the car, under the tires, all kind of cool stuff. So get some neat views there from Ryan Martino. So Tom Martino, let's go 39 on the reaction time, 398, 182 mile an hour for the Martino machine. Elrod let go 12th thou too soon, 393, 185. Axeman Chad Axford, right side of the racetrack out of Portland, Tennessee, 09 M&M Dragster. Left lane, Chris Stein, 2024 Diamond out of Silver Lake, Indiana. 399.9, 180 mile an hour on the left side. Axford 448.24 on the reaction time, 155 mile an hour, going to be 100% ready. Got down to the finals and split at Ohio on the Saturday race. Got down to 3 cars on the Thursday race. So Axford going to be a toughie. Rick Schneider and Dan Davies. Davies on the left side. Some very unique power adder combinations here this weekend. Some I've never seen. Can't wait to walk around the pits at some time and check some of them out up close. This is one of them. Schneider. Schneider 006 on the bolt, 436, 159 miles an hour. And Davies 24 for the reaction time, 407, 175 mile an hour for that dragster that went down the left side. Next pair up, Chris Schneider. Traditional roots blower there on that one. And Jeff Smith over on the right side of the racetrack. I do not see a power adder, may have one, maybe some nitrous, I can't tell from here. Smith out of Kendallville, Indiana. Schneider over here on the left side out of Strongsville, Ohio. Both of them just a hair red. Smith was 002 red. Schneider was trip zip red. 436 that for that left lane went 159 mile an hour. The right lane of Smith went 443, 154. Tisha Wilson and Dickie Smith. Wilson over on the right side. Turbos hanging off, fuel injection on the top. Left side, Pro Charger power of Dickie Smith out of Waldorf, Maryland. Look at that machine. That machine of Tisha Wilson goes 385, 14 on the reaction time, 191 mile an hour. Dickie Smith, very quick car, 4059, 177, 6 thou on the reaction time. Alan O'Brien and Tony Collier. Speaking of interesting combinations, the O'Brien machine has got 4 turbos on it. Look at that car. It's got a turbo coming off of every 2 cylinders. Fuel injection on the top, turbos hanging out everywhere. Patrick Barnhill up there pulling them in the beams and working on the tuning on that car to make it go. What a setup for that thing, and it is fast. I told you, 377, 196 mile an hour for O'Brien. Collier, though, a nice 49 light up front. 460, 151 mile an hour out the back. Looks like Kevin O'Brien going to be the last one in the right lane there. 25 Race Tech Dragster. And if, in fact, this is the last one, that will wrap up this session. O'Brien just showing off. Trip zip with a 1 on the let go. So reaction time is 0, 0, 0 with a 1. 429 with a 9, 162 mile an hour, and that wraps her up. So the fourth and final qualifier time trial sessions are over. The next time you see them, and guess what? 2 go down, 1 comes back. Headed into eliminations here shortly. I'm going to kick on some music. I'm sure they got some ladders and track prep and whatnot to do to get ready for the first round. Don't forget there's church service Saturday morning in the bleachers at 7:15. 7:15? All right. That's true. Got to be on the racetrack at 8 o'clock. 7:15. That is Saturday morning in the bleachers. So we're going to take a quick break, get everything set up. Hot rods will be out first, so go ahead and start getting those cars' final preparations. Couple of quick housekeeping announcements. Chris Goebel, you need to go to registration. Racer Chris Goebel, you need to go to registration, please. Little housekeeping on the track. Rotators out there getting ready. Hot Rod leads you to lane. Hot Rod. Number 1 qualifier, Scott Klingler in stock. Earl Rowe again in super stock. Alan O'Brien, your number 1 qualifier in top dragster. And Todd Tutterow, number 1 qualifier in top sportsman. We're getting ready to move into eliminations. Little track prep going on, making those first pairings. Back at you here in just a few minutes with some opening ceremonies, invocation of the national anthem. It's time to rock. portion of the Outlaw Nitro Series. We want to thank all the racers for coming out. It's a Thursday. It's hot. The sun's out. And we're time to get it on for some paychecks. We've had 4 shots at the racetrack between yesterday and today. And now it is go time. A little bit of things to take care of here, of course. Before we start the action here at Darana Dragway. So at this point, I will ask that you get to your feet. I'm going to hand the microphone over to Mr. Mike Imhoff with Godspeed Ministry. He's going to do an invocation for us, and we will follow it up with our national anthem. Here you are, Mike.
Thank you. Let's just pause for a moment of prayer. Father, we are so grateful to live in this great nation, and we are blessed beyond measure. Father, I just speak a blessing over the IHRA ownership and crew and staff, the safety crews, the racers. Father, we pray that we'll have a safe day today racing, and you will be glorified in all that we say and do to one another. And it's a mighty, matchless name of Jesus that we pray. And everybody said, amen.
Thank you, Mike. Now, please remain on your feet. The big, beautiful flag here at the starting line. And join in our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Race time here at Darana. Hot rod coming around the corner. First pair's gonna pull through the water box, and it is go time. Eliminations. Pro-Am Day here in Michigan. Going right straight into Hot Rod Eliminator. And the first pair complete the burnouts, Jordan Odoms and Scotty Reinshield. Again, Reinshield made it to the finals both days in Ohio. Odoms out of Linden, Michigan, gonna try to take out that heavy hitter right here in the first round. That's the S10 on the right side, Reinshield. Out of Indiana, the 69 Corvette. Reinshield dialed right, 10.92. So Scotty Reinshield moving on to round number 2. Matt Dattis and Dwayne Dulesky. Dulesky out of Fort Myers, Florida, 72 Cutlass. Right side, the 19 and 80 Old Starfire. Waiting for the big end to be cleared. I see a worker down there picking a little bit of quick something up. And we're all clear. Josh Peak, general manager, gives him the thumbs up to pull him back into the water. So Daddis, right lane, Dulesky, left lane, Stock to the back of the lanes for pairing. Stock to the back of the lanes for pairing. Stock to the back of the lanes for pairing. Daddis, a tough customer in whatever he's driving. Pulling some double duty this weekend. The 72 Cutlass says, bring it on. Dulesky in, here comes Daddis. Daddis goes 10.91 with an 8. Dulesky 10.92 with a 3, margin of victory 5 thousandths. Bill Wittenauer, ticker on the left side. Steve Yannickus, 74 Camaro. Wittenauer out of Crestwood, Kentucky. Yannickus out of Rising Sun, Ohio in the Camaro. Yannickus, 5 total. Yannickus was trip zip up front, dead 5 out the back. Ain't no room on that pass. Great pass by Steve Yannickus to take out Wittenauer in the first round. Alex Miller and Michael Hinton. Alex Miller in the Monza. Hinton over on the left side in the Camaro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stock, stock, stock. We need you to the back of the lanes for pairing. Stop. Double low lights. 002 for the reaction time. For the same lane that lights the wind light. Michael Hinton was 002 up front, 10.94. Miller, 27 up front, 10.98 out the back, not enough. Rudy Matthews and Robbie Ballard. Ballard, left side, 79 Fox. Right side, first gen Camaro of Matthews out of Ohio City, Ohio. Was 12 up front, 10.93 out the back. Ballard, every time that we let go a little bit red, the car reaches back one more time, smacks you upside the head and says, why'd you do that? The car says, why'd you do that? I was gonna go perfect for you. Ballard went dead on with a 1 every time. It's all upon you. Jim Unum, right lane in the Lumina Beretta. Harold Thompson, this IHRA Z over on the left side out of Waterford, Michigan. Thompson in the IHRA lights the win light by just 0.08 of a second at the big end. Unum had a little bit of a hole shot going on, but does not quite get there, and Thompson goes on to round 2. Kenny Underwood, Ron Lux. Lux in the very classic looking, looks like a stock car. Lux leads, and we hear nothing but the car go to the sky. Pretty sure a U-joint or drive shaft came out of it. I see the little marks on the concrete where it knocked out pieces of the concrete. As soon as he let go, the car tried to go, and you heard the engine go to the sky, and the car quit moving. Just kicked out a U-joint or a drive shaft or something out the bottom of the Lux machine. That is definitely not having very good Lux. You see what I did there, Ron? His last name is Lux. That is not very good. Yeah, you saw what I did there. I'm clever like that, you forgot. So fortunately, I don't see any fluid, just some dust from where whatever came out of it. Took some little marks out of the concrete. So they're pushing the Lux machine back. Kenny Underwood was 21 up front. Saw that Lux was not making the trip, clicked it off, went 11:34 out the back. Tough break there for Ron. Perhaps you can find parts for it to be able to run the rest of the weekend. Don't know. I'm sure he'll be on the phone trying to find parts for that 64 Savoy. Tractor's making a few quick drags there. Again, no fluid now, nothing to clean up other than parts. Starter gives him the sign to fire him back up. Oh, not quite. Starter gave him the sign to bring that rotator back down. Make sure there is not any residual dust on the racetrack from the concrete. Bill Edwards and Kevin Sanders. Sanders, the Boogie Lights Mustang on the right side, out of Louisville, Kentucky. Matching notchback here of Bill Edwards out of Dearborn, Michigan. Over on the left side, 88 model versus the 87 Sanders, let's go too quick. Kevin, we talked about that at dinner last night. If you're red, you cannot win. So Sanders, let's go red. Phil Smida and Sean Pitts. Pitts on the left side of the racetrack, right side. Smida out of Canfield, Ohio at 88. Cavalier, 2000 Camaro for Pitts over here on the Marshall side. Another red bulb there. The angry bulb this time lights out for Smida. 006 red. Pitts was trip zip up front and went 1091. That's an 11 pack total for Pitts. There was no room for anybody to get in there anyways, but I'm sure Smida wanted to have a chance at it. Rob Berschneider, Frankie Jenkins, Jenkins the 63 Le Mans. Berschneider 79 Monte Carlo over there on the 6 side of the racetrack. Somebody was still having their biscuits and gravy and still a little bit of sleep at the starting line. Rob Bergschneider, 55 up front, 1099. Jenkins goes down there, tries to stick the car back out front. No room. Bergschneider with the win. Mike Ruzicka, Peter Maduri. Maduri on the left side. Ruzicka, the 70 Burgundy Duster over on the right side. Went to the semis, both races in Columbus. Hoping to take it one more round today. Just a little bit of work to do. 22 reaction time for Maduri, 42 for Ruzicka. And Maduri goes down and takes too much at the finish line, goes 1091. Probably going to be kicking himself a little bit there. Had 20 to play with at the starting line. Ruzicka must have went ahead and given him the drop. 1096, 139 mile an hour. Mike Ruzicka moving on. Corey Hansen, Carl Trader. Hansen, the long roof Chevy 2. Out of Brighton, Michigan, left lane. Trader, 69. Beautiful silver Nova with those orange flames coming down the side of it. I see another trip zip on my screen. And the 12 in the other lane. Anybody's race when it comes down to it. Hansen was 12 up front, goes down, takes a bunch at the finish line, goes 1088. Trader, yes, was all zeros. 0, 0, 0, 195 mile an hour. That did ramp up Hot Rod. For you folks watching online. Thank you for tuning in. Ooh, over 1,000 of you watching live. All right, first pair up in stock. E-stock automatic of Jim Cakel. 70 Olds 442 on the right side. John Dinkle, stage 3, 64 Plymouth. Dinkle, the A-stock automatic. Going to be dialed 1070. Cakel, Oldsmobile, going to be dialed 1092. Cakel did have a little starting line advantage, goes 1096 on his 1092. Dinkle closer to his dial in, but gave it away on the starting line. Jim Cakel moving on to round number 2. Steve Zorney in the Dodge, running for his life. Patrick Downing in the J factory stock Cobra Jet. Does not get there. Zorney, 45 on the tree, 1202 on the 1096. Margin of victory, 0-1-0. 100th margin of victory for Steve Zorney. Michael Hours and Mike Sheehan. Sheehan over here on the left side, the 88 Mustang GT. Gosh, I was in high school when those cars came out, and I remember those louvered taillights like it was yesterday. 1207 for the Sheehan machine. L-stock automatic, right side, that 71 Demon of Hours out of Xenia, Ohio, 1126. I would say Sheehan is going to be absolutely kicking himself. Hours was dead late, goes 11:27 to get there. Sheehan took a mile at the finish line, was 26 up front, had a huge hole shot, went out the back and didn't catch it. Goes 12:02 on the 12:07. Next pair, Richard Mason, Bobby Lundum. Lundum in the 68 Nova, Mason the 90 Corvette. G automatic, H automatic. Pretty close on the starting line. In fact, just one Hun separate them on the starting line. Win, light, shines for Lundum. Mace goes down, breaks out by a half a Hun. Goes 11:055 on the 11:06. The finish line is tough today. Bruce Boyle and Harold Thompson Jr. Jr. gets his money worth out of the wheelie bars on this car in the left lane. Bruce Boyle, absolute killer over on the right side. 89 IHRA Z1154 for the I automatic. A automatic there for Thompson. Quick rod, quick rod, quick rod. I need you to the lanes. Quick rod to the lanes, please, for round one. Quick rod. I'm going to say it might have yanked the wheels up out of the beams. On the back bumper, but bad red. Bruce Boyle, 47 up front, 11:47 on his 11:54. And the retired firefighter out of Manhattan, Illinois, goes on to round number 2. Again, quick rod, we need you to the lanes. For the dial-in classes, please make sure your dial-in is on the left driver's side of your car. Car number needs to be clear. Dial-in needs to be clear from the left side. Driver's side, that's where the tower is. You got to be able to see it. Appreciate your help. Stevie T, Stephen Tukolsky, right side, 66 deuce. 1063 the dial-in for the D-Stocker. Left lane, Nathan Riley. 89 Pontiac J automatic out of LaPlace, Illinois. Riley goes 10 red to Kolsky. 75 up front, 1070 on his 1063. He was there for the taking, but Riley left 10 thousandths too soon. Steve T, moving on. Brent Derrick out of Hookstown, PA, 94 Camaro B Stocker, 1150 is base index, dial it 1048. Roy Dean, oh, Belvedere, 1967 out of the left side, 1431 the dial in. He's going to leave 4 seconds ahead of Derrick and see if Brent can run him down. Both of them away clean and identical on the starting line. Literally 1,000 separate him on the starting line. Derrick goes 10:52 on the 10:48. Dean made a good clean pass, but does not cover the number. Goes 14:39 on his 14:31 dial-in. Next pair up, Denny Hillman and Paul Boster. Boster, this 80 Oldsmobile Cutlass on the left side. Right side, first gen drop top Camaro, stick shift, rolling gears. I Stocker of Hillman. I love the sound of the Hillman car when he drops the hammer. It sounds like it's turning 10,000 RPM when he lets go of the clutch. He was 36 up front. Boster was late. Goes 10:63 on his 10:48 and still gets there first. Pretty big starting line advantage for Hillman. All right. Absolutely super slick dodge here in the left lane of Vance Cummins. 68 dart. Says the Rod Shop on it. Got Old Glory painted on it. 34 on the front side. 11-19 that I went for the E-Automatic. Goes 11:31, 117 mile an hour. Final car to go down, your number 1 qualifier, Scott Killinger. Factory stock. Listen, don't hurt it on the by run. Rowing the gears, but did not row that one ashore and sends it to the moon. Hopefully didn't hurt it. Checked out the valve springs there about 300 feet out. Only goes 1298, but we heard it. I'd say missed a gear. Wrapped up round 1 of stock, and we are not too far from going into first round of quick rod. is an 890 dial in. I'm not going to say I did it, but it could be possible that I have the controllers right here next to me. Who knows? I get so excited, maybe I turned it down. It's back up. We got the PAs going good. It was working, just turned down, I think. So we are back at it. We are in Quick Rod. 890 dial in. Dragsters, altereds, door cars, don't matter. Throttle stops available and allowed. 890 the number. Bob Pros and Tony Elrod, one of the multiple 6 Elrod machines here this weekend and a couple of Pros machines here this weekend. So both of them killers. Tony Elrod left side. Pros out of Terre Haute, Indiana, over there on the 6th side of the racetrack here at Darana Raceway, Milan, Michigan. Check it out, 007 to 009 on the starting line. What a matchup there. Pros was 007, goes 894. Elrod was 009, goes 895. Margin of victory, 8 thousandths of a second. Win light shines for Pros. Elrod certainly took his shot, 009 up front. Car just did not quite get there, goes 895. Next pair up, Steve Taylor, right side of the racetrack, out of Cashton, Ohio. Left side, Kendra Reinshield. Reinshield out of Brookville, Indiana, 2007 American Dragster. Fast lube oil change centers on the side of that car. Taylor goes in, lights the first bulb. Here comes Reinshield, nipping at it forward. Still the tops come on. There goes Reinshield, nibbling at it. There they are, and away they go. Kind of looked like Taylor might have rolled the beams. Not my call. I was actually not looking, and nor am I standing down on the starting line. All I know is Taylor went through the beams. Kendra Reinshield going on to round number 2. Troy Williams Jr., Jamie Elrod. You're going to hear the Elrod name many, many times. 6 cars here with the Elrod team this weekend. And Elrod absolutely gets away with one there. Troy Williams goes 14 red. Elrod was a half a second sitting there, getting away with one. Boy, oh boy, there's a lucky break headed towards the Jamie Elrod pit. They're still down there possibly retrieving the Elrod car. It only went across the finish line at 36 miles an hour, and we still There goes the clear sign from the big end. There goes the car around the corner. Rock Haas and Tisha Wilson. Wilson pulling multiple duty this weekend as well, also running in top Dragster. Haas, the 2025 APD Dragster, left side, 2023 Race Tech of Wilson. See that Greenbrier excavating and paving on many, many of the cars here this weekend. Both race cars have a 9 in their reaction time, but Tish's is 009. Haas's was 09. So Wilson with a massive head start and goes dead one. Wow, 10 total and took a ton at the stripe. Tisha Wilson gets away with one right there. Steve Fields and Tyler Schneider. Schneider, left lane out of Livonia, Michigan. Fields, 99 Advanced Dragster out of Carleton, Michigan. Fields 32 up front, Schneider 30 up front. Margin of victory, by the way, boy, oh boy, Fields. Margin of victory, 0, 0, 0, 6. 10 thousandths. There was what, 2 thousandths available on the starting line. Fields gets around to take the stripe by 6, 10 thousandths of a second. Bill Jackson, Chris Fields. Jackson over on the right side, the scratcher. Left lane, Chris Fields. Problems there for the Jackson machine. I don't know what happened there. Starts to come up on the two-step, and all of a sudden the car turns right and moves. I don't know if his hand came off the steering wheel came off in his hand. I don't know what happened there. As soon as the car moved, the wheels turned instantly right before the tree ever even dropped. Odd situation. You know, if I were going out on a limb, I'd say the steering wheel came off, but I don't, you know, that would again be total speculation. So Chris Fields is fine, goes right down the racetrack. Jackson goes on down the racetrack. I'm sure they're going to check that thing over and just kind of figure out what happened. A 100% speculation on the steering wheel thing, but from up here, maybe when he let go of the button, something happened, but the car instantly moved and turned right. Fortunately, it didn't actually launch and turn right into the wall, because that could have gotten hairy in a hurry. So Jackson gets to go back, check it out, and be ready for the weekend. Fields moves on to round number 2. Pat Martin and Leo Zinda. Zinda in the left side out of Clinton Township, Michigan. Martin, the Trayson Asphalt and Concrete machine over on the right side out of London, Ohio. Oh, Leo's into 28 up front, but Martin was 003, goes 892.8. Zinda goes down, gets there 4th thou under the mark. There really wasn't much room to work with there. Martin was 003. Zinda was 28 up front, but 25 was enough for Martin to play with and goes 92, while Zinda goes under. Rob Bernschneider and Pat DeRotis. DeRotis, Howell, Michigan, left lane. Right lane, out of Pittsburgh, PA, Bernschneider. Schneider with a little bit of a starting line advantage there. 39 up front, goes 895. But DeRotis drives around, goes 891 for the W. And Pat DeRotis moving on around number 2. Hey, I like seeing out there on the live chat. Hit the thumbs up, people. Help them out. It's free. Come on. Yeah, give us the thumbs up. Give us as many thumbs up. Just hit the little heart button 1,000 times if you want to. There's over 1,000 people watching right now on the live stream. This place, Darana Dragway here in Milan, Michigan, is going to be absolutely off the charts this weekend with Pro Mod getting a massive field and more coming in that were not pre-registered. Mountain Motor Pro Stock, big old full field. 15 or 16 of them pre-registered. Top Alcohol, Top Fuel, Nitro Funny Car, Nitro Harleys, snowmobiles, 32 Top Sportsman cars today. Now, are some of those pro mods? Probably. Rodney Borrell. 3197. I can get that part right. 3197. Car 3197. We need you for super stock. 3197. You may only hit the thumbs up once. Hit the heart button as many times as you want to. Rodney Burrell, 3197. We need you to the lanes for Superstock. 3197. I'm pretty sure that's a Cobra Jet. Mark Nowicki, Daryl Charavino. Charavino, thank you, IHRA. I agree. Charavino around out first. 25 on the light, 10-20 the dial in for the Super Stocker. Nowicki goes 965, goes a little bit under on the dial in, was a little behind in the Avenger. Charavino moving on to round number 2, and I need Super Rod. Super Rod to the lanes for pairings. Super Rod to the lanes for pairings, please. Jimmy Ronzello and Aaron Russell. Russell away first, and Ronzello goes 005 red. Russell, 70 on the light, 1004 on the 1001 dial in. Ronzello, 934, does not matter, 005 red. We are working our way through Super Stock. We need Super Rod. Super Rod, we need you to the lanes. Richard Rogers, right lane. Ricochet Rick. 2014 Cobra Jet, factory GTC car. On the right side, Chris Lozen, 92 Oldsmobile Achieva over here out of Chatham, Ontario. 987 the dial in for the Achieva. 874. For Rogers. I think that's the quickest car in the field. .38 up front. I saw it happening. Rogers goes to set the... Rogers goes to set the trans brake and knocks real deep into the beam, and you can see it coming. Let's go. Bad red. Rolled in way too far and knocked her red, and Lozen goes on. Randy Eakins in, Matt Obertanek. Over Encyclopedia Britannica. Matt Obertanek. That's the left side, the wired up Cobra Jet out of Tarrenton, PA. Randy Eakins, 2019 Cobra Jet out of Sikeston, Missouri. One of these starting line reaction time starts with a 1. That's not a good place to be. Left lane, 43 up front, goes 930 on the 916. Eakins just plain old missed the tree. Goes 999 on the 991. And I'll tell you, over to Tannick. How did we say it? I don't even remember. Almost gave it back, I can tell you that. Only took 7 thousandths at the finish line to tighten that up. Oh boy, gonna be looking at that and probably going, whoo, got away with it. H. Adkins and Randy Martin. Wheel stander of a Duster. Adkins rolling gears, but both of them actually light the angry bulb. But the one that shines is Martin, did it first and by worst. He was 26 red, Atkins was 18 red. I think some folks are getting away with them this morning. Somebody misses the tree, the other one goes 1 thou red. I mean, you know, we've seen some get away with them today. Matt Daddis and John Fretch. Nobody getting away with one here. Daddis. GT H Automatic over on the right side. TBM brakes on the side of that 2005 Pontiac Sunfire. 83 Z28 of Fretch Racing out of Cortland, Ohio. Going to be on a 1080 to the 996 of Daddis. Almost a 1 second head start for the Camaro. A 40 and a 77 for reaction times. Starting line was for Daddis, was 40 up front, goes 998 on the 996. Fretch, dead on with the 5 for the L. Just a little too much starting line advantage for Daddis, and Fretch goes dead on with a 5 and has to put it in the trailer for the day. Chris Ruzicka in the right lane, Cobra Jet. Left lane, John Neckport Cobra Jet, 23, I'm sorry, that's not a Cobra Jet, that's 23 Camaro. Cobra Jet on the right side, goes 957 on the 956 dial. 915 for 910 for Ruzicka. Ruzicka actually had the better reaction time, but the Camaro comes around at the big end for the W. Mike Fuller and Larry Eagle. Eagle in the little Calais over here on the left side of the racetrack. GTE car 1030, the base number, 937 on the window. 1021 the dial in for Fuller in his factory Superstock I car. That is the 13 Mustang. Super Rod, you should be in the lanes. Super Rod, you should be in the lanes. Fuller does the better job on the front end, goes 1027 on the 1021. Eagle closer to the dial in, but not closer to the starting line. And Mike Fuller moving on to the next round with his 2013 Mustang. George Wright on the single. Dow's 996. 28 reaction time, 935 mile an hour for, Nick Aporchek. A Porchek. Somebody's giving it to me online too. Maybe I can read it next time. William Kern online, you might need to give me that information before he runs. That way I can say it out loud and not sound like such a dodo. Single here for the 6-cylinder of Joe Buchanan. Oh yeah, he's 008 on the tree.
on a single. You like that. You like to use that single the best way you can. 10:32, the dial goes 10:30 with an 8, 008 up front. Nice little round there for Joe Buchanan in his experimental 04 Mustang. Super Rod, you should be on your way to the lanes if you're not there already. Quick Rod sitting at a perfect 8-car ladder going into the next round. Hot Rod still got 12 in. Your number one qualifier also checking out the valve springs, making sure they're still good. Earl Rowe, 1.45 under on the index in qualifying, put him number one on the sheet. Gonna stand it way up on the wheelie bars and make a single here, moving into round number 2 for Rowe. On the 1020 dial. That's an impressive running Camaro. I think he was number one back in Columbus as well. So Earl Rowe moving on to round number 2. Going into Super Rod, 990 index. Two very, very tough customers right here meeting off in the first round, Gage Birch and Tom Diamond. Diamond in the 27 Ford Roadster. Birch, Overkill Motorsports S10. Both cars pre-staged. I see Diamond nibbling at it, Birch in. Away they go, and boy, oh boy, Diamond not going to be happy with himself. 007 red Birch. Goes 27 on the Christmas tree, 982 on that 990, carrying a few. Diamond goes 991 with a 0. Always, always. You go red, and the car wants to just go perfect for you. Steve Theodore, Jacob Elrod. Elrod, the Corvette out of Bluffton, Ohio. Theodore out of Columbus, Ohio. 63 Corvette on the right side of the racetrack. 990 the dial in for Super Rod. ATM Innovations on the side door of the Elrod machine. Fast Lube on the Theodore machine. Finally, a player that are both clean and green, but definitely starting line advantage went to Elrod. He was 15 up front, goes 10 flat on the 990. Theodore a little closer to the dial in, but the whole shot goes to Elrod. Theodore gave it all the way on the starting line. Chris Goebel and Ron Lower. Goebel, 89 Reliant K. Left lane, 96 Cutlass of Lower. When light shines for Goebel, they both go 992. The Goebel was 16 up front. Lower was not. Bob Pro's right side. Vince Grigor, left side in the 55 Bel Air. There's the 008. Posted on the right side of the racetrack. The 55 shoebox was not 008. Bob Pro's was 008, went 10:01 for the W. Dave Fields and Mark Harmon. Harmon going to be over here on the left side of the racetrack in that beautiful bright red 69 Camaro. And that battleship gray 90 Calais of Dave Fields over on the right side. Who's going first? It is Fields. In comes Harmon. Almost identical on the starting line, 63 to 65 up front. 993 for Fields. Harmon goes 997. That was just a finish line battle right there. And Fields did the better of the two jobs right there. Harmon takes his Camaro and has to park it and wait for the weekend. Paul Richardson and Leo Zinda. Zinda in this bright yellow and bright red. 98 Cavalier on the left side and the beautiful, gorgeous paint job on the right side of Paul Richardson, the 68 Camaro Roadster. Attention in the pits, attention in. Attention in the pits, top sportsman, top sportsman. We need you to the lanes for pairing. Top sportsman to the lanes for pairing, please. John Sickish and Randy Atkins go down the racetrack, 10:28 to the 10:10 of Sickish. And when light shines for Sickish, even though Atkins was way better up front. Jeff Smith and Steve Fields. Fields gonna be on the left side of the racetrack in the Firebird. Smith, right side, the 90 Skylark, and away he goes. $994 for Smith. 36 up front. Fields was 11 up front, but goes 998 and lets Smith around. And Jeff Smith moving on to the next round. Another pair of beauties. Pat Martin. Right side, 27, Davis Roadster. Left side, Rock Haas. 04 Chevrolet Corvette. I love the paint on both these cars. Uh-oh. Haas leaves before the tree activates. Man, that's a tough break for that beautiful machine. Pat Martin goes 998. Probably got a little distracted when Haas left. Martin was late, but it didn't matter. Haas was already well through the beams. The tree never dropped on the Haas side of the Christmas tree. Mike Coughlin and Rich Pico sit in the water box. Coughlin, you can guess, in the bright yellow Jegs machine. Pico over here in the Corvette on the varsity side. Again, I need top sportsman. Top sportsman, there's a bunch of you. We need you to the lanes, please. Top sportsman, we need you to the lanes. 4 pairings to go into first round of top sportsman. You're up. Come on, bring them on, top sportsman. So there's Coughlin and Pico. Both of them pre-staged. Here they come on into the beams. There goes Pico. Double 09 to 026 on the Christmas tree. Starting line advantage went to, ouch. Pico was 009 up front, but goes 987. Coughlin, 992.26 on the let go. So Mike Coughlin takes that beautiful Jake's shoebox on to round number 2. Put it in the beams, Steve Hoyt, Fort Wayne, Indiana, 2004 Cavalier. Your final car going down in the right side for our Super Rod category. Again, if you're going to be ready, it's good to do it when you're by run. Then you know where you are. He was 002 up front on the band side. Goes out the back, 992.5. So Steve Hoyt moving on to round number 2 on the single. And I'm going to say that that wraps up Super Rod, and we are needing our top sportsman. track prep going on here. Getting those rotators going. We are bringing out the quickest and fastest door cars on the property racing today. I'm not saying they're the quickest and fastest ones on the property, but they're certainly the quickest and fastest ones racing today. Many of them are the quickest ones on the property. Cars on the Top Sportsman qualifying sheet with your number one qualifier, Todd Tutterow. Went 367 in qualifying. If it tells you anything, number two, Jacob McNeil went 370, and I don't think he made it a hit today. That was yesterday. He's got the CUDA that I don't think went down the racetrack in Columbus, and they obviously found everything wrong with it, and it made a couple of monster passes yesterday. Tim Moeller gonna be number three. Went 374 in qualifying. Tony Wilson went 380 in qualifying. I mean, listen to that sheet right there. Heck of a field here in Top Sportsman. Some of them might be a mountain motor car. Some of them might be a Pro Mod. Some of them might be a Pro Nitrous. They all made hits, filled the field up, and now we'll see if they can bracket race. You think the Pro Mod guys know how to let go on the bottom? We'll find out. Not on this one. Not in Top Sportsman. They better not let go on the top. Well, maybe they got the... Could have the delay box in there. If you have a delay box in there and you're a Pro Mod guy, 1.1 and change in your delay box. That's what I'm going to call for you. 1100-ish. Put somewhere around 1100-ish, you'll probably, and let go on the top, you'll probably be pretty close. Maybe a little more than 1100. Some of those cars are going to react pretty darn quick. Don't listen to me, I drive a Pinto. But hey, I put 1078 in the box on that little thing. You'll need more. That's why I'm saying 1100, 11 and change. Don't hate on the Pinto. I can be 20 on a 400 tree. Folks, we are in for some exciting first round action here at Top Sportsman. Top Dragster, you're on standby, but we haven't got everybody paired up here in Top Sportsman yet. So Top Dragster, you're on standby. 32 car full field for Top Sportsman today. So you are getting ready to see the big boys coming out. I admire the one group that finds the shade over there. That is, glad to have you. You have found the best spot on the property. You got a good breeze, little shade. That's what I'm talking about. Don't forget, though, get up and explore a little bit while you're out. Delicious food available over in the concession area. Brian's Burgers. That is fresh grown cows. That is not bought frozen patties at Walmart. That's unbelievable good food over there at Brian's Burgers. Cheese sticks, burgers, and I'm telling you, yeah, they ain't no fast food burgers over there, so check that out. IHRA merchandise. There's one side of the IHRA merchandise trailer. You can see that great big gray tent. One side of it is vintage merchandise. Hats and t-shirts on the vintage side are like 2 for $20. I cannot go to Walmart and buy plain old t-shirts to mow my grass in for $10 a piece. So get you some cool vintage IHRA merchandise. 2 for $20 on the shirts that they have left over there. Now you've also got the brand new stuff. The Darana Dragway Milan, Michigan stuff. Brand new IHRA merchandise. I've got a beautiful 3-tone hat, gray and blue, trucker style hat with the logos on it and whatnot. Great looking new merchandise. That is on the fresh side, whatever you want to call that. New and vintage. I hear cars starting up. That means it's almost time to go racing. There goes the first pair of burnouts. Mike Savoy, 2017 Dodge Dart. That is one of the sleekest looking cars in the class. Though it is low slung, solid black, smooth hood. That thing is beautiful. Right side, another fine looking machine of Gerald Jones out of Milford, Michigan. 405 going to be the dial in for the Savoya car. Right side Jones going to be dialed 452. Half a second head start. If you're counting the bulbs, it's 1 bulb head start for Jones. And Savoy will try to run him down. Several cars upwards of 200 miles an hour here in Top Sportsman today. Bulbs on. Yeah. Boy, I hope, yeah, he does. Gerald Jones, I wasn't sure if he was going to catch it or not. He was 19 up front, went 460 at only 151 miles an hour. He saw that Savoy was not making a clean pass. Savoy was dead late on the starting line. Coast across 493 at $1.09. And Gerald Jones, 460 on the 452, 19 on the let go. Gerald Jones moving on to round number 2 here in Top Sportsman. Next pair pulling the water box going to be Dennis Klein out of Athens, Alabama. Taking on the 49 Merc, bet on Black Mercury of Craig Sullivan out of Plainfield, Indiana. Klein, Huntsville engine, going to be dialed 440. I could have basically called that. He's been 441, 441, 442, and 439. Sullivan has yet to make a good, clean shot down the racetrack, but he's put 375 on the window of the Mercury. So Sullivan obviously has used this for pro mod testing. But Sullivan's done a lot of bracket racing back in the day, so if he can make a good, clean hit, it's actually legit. Gets the win. Klein goes 439 with a 9 and was dead late. Sullivan in the Pro Mod goes 57 on the tree, 377 at 200 miles an hour out the back. I told you he's an old bracket racer, and he did it. He has not made a shot down the racetrack yet and puts it on the number, goes 377, 200 miles an hour. Craig Sullivan Moving on to round number 2 in Top Sportsman. I'll honestly say I did not expect to be saying that here in the first round. No offense to Craig, but I also know Dennis Klein is a killer in that other lane, and I don't know what happened over there, but he just plain old missed. All right, Jonathan Vesper, Vega team. There on the right side, the 2005 Cavalier. Left side, Mike Badia. 438 the dial in for the 96 Oldsmobile Haas Cutlass out of Hilford, Michigan. 438 to the 499 of the Cavalier over on the right side of the racetrack. There's another miss on the starting line. Does Vesper catch it? He does. Vesper's 23 up front, goes 5 flat on the 499. I'm not going to say the reaction time for the Badia machine. He goes 441 on a 438. ET-wise, he was pretty close. Starting line-wise, not so much. David Mullins, Bill Yates, complete the burnouts. Mullins over there in that Haas Lumina, 1992 Lumina. Left side, Bob's Profab, Bill Camaro of Bill Yates out of Newark, Ohio. 438 for Yates, 489 for Mullins. Back at it, and we have Jimmy Fallon and John Vergatz. Vergatz out of Erie, PA. racetrack going to be dialed 377. Fountain going to be on the right side of the racetrack. Going to be about 414, and the crew runs out to get Fallon. Oh, man, I hope that car's not broke. Super nice guys down there. Does the burnout, and car does not appear maybe to go in reverse. Won't back up. Whether they rock it, whether they push it, whatever they got going on. But they're going to help the Fallon machine head back towards the starting line. The whole crew's out there. So we're going to see what transpires here. But Fallon cannot get the car to back up. I don't know if it's still alive or if it is shut off. I can't tell from here. All I can hear is that great big engine in the Vergatz machine. So Fallon's is still running. Here he goes, easing back towards the starting line. I don't know what happened there, but the car would not back up. They got it back here. Vergatz dialed 377 to the 414 of Fallon. So after his struggles with backing the car up, Jimmy Fallon goes out there and knocks it 002 red. Meanwhile, Vergatz goes 476 off the throttle. And Fallon got to wait till tomorrow to get back into it. Check out this pair, Ed Wilson and Todd Tutterow. Tutterow dialed 370. Wilson dials the same number. That is a Pro Nitrous car and a Pro Mod car. Tutterow has been 367. Wilson, I don't think has made a clean hit. So let's see if the Willies will go straight and go all the way down. Wilson gets the thumbs up. King Tut gets the thumbs up. And they're going to be heads up on a 370 dial-in. If Tut gets away clean, he does still stand a chance of busting out. It's been 367. Wiggle, wiggle. Tutterow goes 388, 194 miles an hour. Wilson finally goes A to B. So they are making some headway. Goes 419, only 147 mile an hour. But Wilson starting to make some headway with that Willys. Tutterow moving on to round number 2. Aaron Glasser and Lester Johnson. There are 2 legit killers in Top Sportsman. Glasser dialed 466 in that absolutely gorgeous 68 Firebird. Left lane, the sleek, laid-back 58 Corvette of Lester Johnson, dialed 429. Glasser, 26 on the starting line, goes 479. Johnson, a little behind on the let go, was 53 up front, goes 428.3 on the 429. And Aaron Glasser goes into round number 2. Tim Molnar, Ken Langlois. Molnar does the great big burnout. Langlois, the Cutlass. Both cars start to back up. Nitrous for the Molnar machine. And that Profab Cutlass over here of Langlois. Both of them, I'd say, with a little bit of laughing gas. Probably a lot. Molnar, gonna be dialed 380. Langlois, 450 for the Cutlass. Molnar, the 69 Camaro out of Seville, Ohio. Langlois right here, Milan, Michigan local. 3 miles from the racetrack. And got Lang transmission on the side of it. I bet that's local too. Molnar in, and here comes Langlois. Langlois goes 458. He was a little late. Molnar was way, way late. Langlois, a bit tardy up front, goes 458. Molnar does not make a good clean shot. It goes out, and I saw him lift off of it and coast across 610, only 77 mile an hour. Tim Brown, 95 blown probe over there on the right side of the racetrack out of Ohio, Logan, Ohio. That car's been orange for a long time, but I think it got to see the wrong side of the pavement. Came back, still hot rod black. James Hayes out of Troy, Ohio, 58 blown Corvette. Hayes dialed 460. Brown dialed 414. Hayes waits patiently with the top bulb on. Getting everything set up here for the brown machine as he ekes forward. Brown rolls the beams. Hayes, 23 up front, 462. Brown rolls the beams and Jim Hayes. 23 on the tree, 462 on the 460. Still a few pairs to go here in Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. You're on standby. I haven't gotten the call yet, but you can't be far away because we are getting thin on Top Sportsman. So Top Dragster, you're on standby. Be ready to bring them. Little check of the racetrack out there. Must have been a little drip or something there from the brown machine. So the track folks checking everything out, making sure the surface is all clear and all good to go. I'm gonna put a little rotator back out there, make sure everything is just right in both lanes. I'll be back at you in just a minute. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits while it's good and quiet. Top Dragster to the lanes. Top Dragster to the lanes, please, for pairings. Again, Top Dragster to the lanes. Top Dragster to the lanes, please. DeBonis and Corey Voss. Voss, Live Oak, Florida, 06 Chevy Cavalier Cobalt. I think it's Cavalier still. Left lane, Pat DeBonis. That pro stock looking Mopar Dakota. DeBonis going to be dialed 489. Voss going to be dialed 419 in that Haas machine. That is, my eyes hurt from the tower. That yellow is so bright and beautiful. Problems for the Voss machine. They back it up. They're pushing it back, back off, excuse me. Motor City Mike Sowers, right side of the racetrack. Alex Miller. The Haas Cutlass over here on the left side. Miller going to be dialed 498. Sowers 436 for the Camaro. Oh, there's a good pair. 14 to a 16 on the tree. Miller 14 on the let go. 501, 135 mile an hour. Alex Miller. Taking out Motor City Mike. Mike was 16 on the tree. 435.7. Under his dial in by 3,000. Was behind by 2,000 on the let go. But I mean, I don't know what else you could want there besides a heck of a side-by-side race. Sowers just gets there too quick by 0.03 of a second. Tony Wilson and Killer Brooks. Brooks, the Predator. 92 Cavalier Z24. Over here on the left side, Tony Wilson, Kannapolis, North Carolina, dial 375. Musey Power. Lots of laughing gas for the Greenbrier machine, driven by Tony Wilson. Top Dragster, we need you. Top Dragster, please, to the lanes. Top Dragster. Both cars in. Oh, man. Wilson gets away with one. Brooks, 007 red, goes 457. Wilson, hey, I'm giving it to that guy. 20 on the tree. They must have listened to my delay box, instruction. 20 up front for the Pro Mod of Wilson, to go 20 on the tree and 517 rattle on the tires. Sometimes it's good to listen to your announcer. Most of the time not, but sometimes it's good. Brian Richardson, Jerry Albert. Albert in the Jenks Camaro over here on the left side of the racetrack. Brian Richardson going to be in the 03 Pontiac Grand Am that the paint has burned and torn off of. .489 going to be the dial for the Grand Am. A half a second later, Jerry Albert going to try to chase him down in this beautiful 97 Camaro. Here they come, easing towards the starting line. Richardson takes the first bolt. There goes Albert. And those tiny little nibbles. Albert goes in. Here comes Richardson. Definite starting line for Richardson. He was 18 up front, goes dead on with a 5. Nice round there for Brian Richardson. 18 on the bolt. Dead 5 on the big end. I'm not going to try to do the math because I sound dumb enough most of the time already, but it ain't much. Jerry Albert was 76 up front and locked out. He went 432, but nowhere to go when you're 76 to an 18 and the other guy's dead 5. Jacob Elrod, 63 Corvette. Going to be on the right side of the racetrack, out of Bluffton, Ohio. Jamie pulling him in the water. And I was bragging on the McNeil machine, that CUDA. But he did not make the hit this morning. And I don't see him making round number 1 up here. I was bragging on it because it went 370s twice yesterday back-to-back. But perhaps they heard something on it, or there's some reason it's not up here. I don't see it unless that's coming in the water box, and I doubt it. So Jacob Elrod. Elrod Corvette goes 463, 153 mile an hour. Ronnie Proctor looks like going to take a single to the next round. Terry Osmus does not make the call. Proctor going to be down 425 with that S197 Mustang out of Hedgeville, West Virginia. Man, Proctor making the most of that buy run. 17 on the tree, dead 8 at the big end. And Ronnie Proctor with a heck of a good lick right there. Top Dragster, we need you. Top Dragster, we need you. Top Dragster, we need you. Dwayne Rice. Looks like he's going to have a single. Mike Nitschke not going to make the call. Rice did this exact thing in Columbus 2 weeks ago with his Mountain Motor Pro Stock car. Entered it in Top Sportsman on Wednesday and Thursday and won Top Sportsman. Here he is moving on to round number 2. Doing it again, putting a 414 on the window, and that's exactly what has been running all weekend. I would expect it's going to go somewhere between a mid 13 and a low 14. This thing has been absolutely perfection. Again, I need Top Dragster. 23, 25 of you, however many there are. We need you all. Top Dragster to the lanes. Top Dragster. Rice goes 418. $1.72 there for the Mountain Motor car of Wayne Rice. Here we go into first round of top dragster. Left lane, the 32 Bantam of Tim Kish out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Going to be dialed 465. A half a second later, Ed Grissage. I can't say that. Maybe it's spelled wrong. I'm going with spelled wrong. Eddie G. I'll go with that. On the right lane. 419, the dial in there for the 2019 American Dragster on the right side. 465 for the Bantam of Kish. Kish, 007 on the let go, goes 470 on the 465. Eddie G was 14 red. Went 421 on the 419, had it dialed right. Let go too soon. Tim Kish moving on. Next pair up. Chad Axford out of Portland, Tennessee. Dialing 447 for the 2009 M&M. Dennis Brown over here on the left side. DB Racing Machine out of New Palestine, Indiana. 2021 Danny Nelson with Vortec and Oakley Power. Brown going to be down 404. Axford 447 going to be out front and looking over his shoulder. Definitely going to be looking over his shoulder. Brown going to get there, but does not quite make it. Axford was 23 on the tree. Brown was 29 on the tree. Axford goes 452 on the 447. Margin of victory, 5 thou. I told you he's going to be looking over that shoulder. Brown just about got there. 5 thousandths from getting there. Tony Elrod, Christopher Schneider. Schneider on the right side of the racetrack with the traditional blower on top. Going to be dialed 438. Sub 4 second dial in here for Tony Elrod. Dialing at 397 with the blow through Pro Charger hanging off the front of that Par Racing engine. Elrod machine sounds a little sour, but maybe that's the way it sounds until you mat it. Eking forward lighting on that first bolt. In goes Schneider. Nibbling forward goes Elrod. Finally they're in. Yeah, just kidding. That Elrod machine's ready to go and goes dead on with a 7. How about that? 27 on the let go for Elrod. Goes 397.7 on the 397 dial in. Schneider goes under by 4 thou. But he's 45 up front, and Elrod did not leave him any room. Michael Savoia. Maybe we got it right this time. Michael Savoia. 2010 American Dragster out of Tipton, Michigan. Left lane, Troy Williams Jr. out of Bradenton, Florida. 469 to the 436 of Savoia. Williams is 11. Williams is 11 thou red. Savoia is 001 green. Nice light there for Savoia. Goes 434.6 on the 436. Williams 11 thou under, goes 474. Michael Savoya going on to round 2. Rick Schneider and Tony Collier. Collier here on the left side. Savoya. I'm sorry. Got so excited that I finally got his name right. I'm calling him for the wrong cars now. Rick Schneider, right side 436. Collier, left side 461. Schneider with a good head start on the starting line, goes 13 on the reaction time. Whole shot win for Schneider. 13 up front, 441 on the 436. And if it tells you anything about that difference, Collier was 462 on the 461 for the L. Michael Howard and Dan Davies. Davies with this wild side slinger setup on the left side out of White House, Ohio. Right side, I see the bottle hanging out off the top for the Howard Michael machine, the 2017 Diamond. 462 for Howard Michael, 409 for Dan Davies. Slight starting line shot for Davies. First time I think I've said it all day, double breakout. Davies was 16 up front, went 407.9 on the 409. Howard Michael was 30 up front, went 459 on the 462. 29 under for Michael, 10 under for Davies. Davies moving on to round number 2. Next pair comes in the box, Brooke Paquette and Chris Stein. Stein out of Silver Lake, Indiana. Paquette out of Howell, Michigan. 446 to the 403 to the right lane of Stein. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Hot rod. Hot rod round 2. Hot rod round 2. Let's start bringing them on. Hot rod to the lanes for round number 2. Paquette 16 up front, dead 2. Stein with problems was 43 up front, but did not. I heard that all of a sudden the car started missing, and I see it shut off out there in the shutdown area. It sounded like it broke. Apparently it broke. So down goes the crew to check it out. I heard a bunch of missing, stuttering, whatever you want to call it. And the Stein machine sits at a standstill out there on the right side of the racetrack. He climbs out of the machine. And all of the track crew on their way down. The push machine. Gonna make sure we help Mr. Stein off the racetrack, but also double check that big end wherever it came apart or what came apart. Make sure there's no pieces, parts, fluids, anything like that. So it'll be just a few moments while we check out that racetrack and get the Stein machine off of the track, and we'll be right back coming to you. All right, listen up in the pits. The 3 top Sportsman reruns. We got 3 top Sportsman reruns. You will follow Hot Rod. I need Hot Rod to the lanes, and my 3 top Sportsman reruns. You're gonna follow Hot Rod, so please get those machines ready. You know who you are. 3 reruns in top Sportsman. You're gonna follow the Hot Rod category. So Hot Rod to the lanes, 3 reruns in top Sportsman, you're on deck. Looks like they have the Stein machine off. Crew out there checking to make sure, again, that there's no parts, no nothing out there that's going to be a problem. So we'll be back to it here in just a quick moment. If you're out walking around looking for something to do, Brian's Burgers is open there. IHRA merchandise area is open, and they got lots of beautiful merchandise. Check that out. And we'll just walk around, get a picture of one of the cars. Talk to the drivers, talk to the crew, see what you can learn. They may not tell you everything. Got to keep some trade secrets. Dickie Smith and Chris Ruzicka. Smith going to be on the left side of the racetrack out of Waldorf, Maryland. Going to be dialed 406. Pro Charger blow-through on board. Ruzicka out of Westerville, Ohio. Belt-driven blower on top of that engine. 438 the dial in for Ruzicka. 406 for Smith. Both cars in and away they go. Ruzicka is 20 red. Dickie Smith, how about that pass? 004 on the reaction time. 407.9 on the 406, Dickie Smith. Moving on to round 2 in top dragster. Hot Rod, we need you to the lanes for pairing. Hot Rod, we need you to the lanes for pairing. And the 3 top Sportsman reruns are gonna follow Hot Rod. So please get those machines ready. Matt Albright out of North Royalton, Ohio. 2001 Spitzer. That thing got a Hemi in it? Yes, it does. I see the Hemi heads from here and the big blower on top. Left lane, Jeff Smith Jr., Kendallville, Indiana, 2014 Mullis Dragster. I'm going to call it NA. I don't see anything extra there. I don't see a bottle. I don't see nothing. 444 for Smith, 404 for Albright. Smith is 008 red. Albright was trip zip 0008 on the starting line. 4039 on the 404 dial. 1 thou from perfect all the way across the board there for Albright. Tom Martino, the Lucas Oil Dragster, backing up in the right lane out of Youngstown, Ohio. 404 going to be the dial for the blow-through machine of Martino. Ricky Molnar, left lane, 2016 American Dragster out of Seville, Ohio. 456 going to be the dial for the left lane for Ricky. Martino going to be on a 404. Another red light, that one for Ricky Molnar. 004 red. Martino was 46 up front, dead on with a 9. Went 4:04.9 at 180 mile an hour on the 404 dial. Kevin O'Brien and Tisha Wilson. Wilson giving the burnout a second chance. Going to be down. Listen to this, 386 for the Turbo Machine out of Salisbury, North Carolina. O'Brien going to be down 430. Lewisburg, West Virginia. I do not see the power adder for O'Brien, so maybe again NA. Hot Rod, Hot Rod, we need you to the lanes. Hot Rod to the lanes. 430 for O'Brien. That's a stout NA machine right there. Wilkins power. Wilson with the turbos hanging off the side of this dragster. I love it. Ooh, baby. Wilson was 59 on the tree, 388 at 190 miles an hour. O'Brien, real late, does not make the trip. I heard that car making some bad noises going down the racetrack. 529 on the 430 at only 100 miles an hour. So problems for the O'Brien machine. Tisha Wilson gets to move on. Speaking of O'Brien, Alan O'Brien, quad turbo setup. I've never seen it before. 4 turbos on it. Got a turbo being driven off of every 2 cylinders. So O'Brien, with the bye as the #1 qualifier, going to have a 380 on the window and a good little test session here. Patrick Barnhill going to video it, go back and make whatever adjustments as they get that car perfectly lined out. And that's a cool, cool setup. All right, the quad turbo is now rolling back forward. And actually, interesting little issue with rollout on the wheel. So hot rod eliminator round number 2. All right, engines come back to life here. Bill Edwards and Carl Trader. Trader going to be out of Pennsylvania 69 Chevy Nova. On the left side of the racetrack, right side going to be Bill Edwards. 88 Mustang out of Dearborn. Problems for the Trader machine. I see some little stuff falling apart. I don't know what came off of the car, but I see some pieces of metal. Something came apart under it, came out from under it. Bill Edwards gets down clean, goes 1094. Trader will limp back to his machine, but something came out from under that car. I don't exactly know what it was. If it's trans brake solenoid, I don't know. I'm looking, trying to see in their hands, but I can't tell what it is from here. My eyes aren't that good. What I do know is Bill Edwards moving on to round 3. Scotty Reinshield and Harold Thompson. 87 IHRA. That's the right lane. Scotty Reinshield, 69 Corvette. That's the left lane. Reinshield makes the pass, still uses it as a time trial, goes 1088. So you get the time run. I don't know what happened to the Thompson machine. That's what I get for looking at the computer screen at the wrong time. Next pair up, Rob Bernschneider. That's the 79 Monte Carlo on the right side of the racetrack. 2000 Camaro of Sean Pitts out of London, Ohio, over here on the varsity lane. Definite line, starting line advantage for Sean Pitts. Goes 10:91.22 on the reaction time. Bernschneider missed the tree a little bit. Goes 10:84.8 for the breakout. Sean Pitts moving on to the next round. Rudy Matthews and Michael Hinton. Matthews, first gen Camaro. Hinton, second gen Camaro. Hinton out of Brownstown, Michigan. Matthews out of Ohio City, Ohio, over there on the right side. Boy, a pair of good lights there. 004 to an 020. The 004 belonged to Michael Hinton with a whole shot win. Rudy Andrews was 20 up front, 1093-1. Mitchell Hinton was 004 up front, 1093-7 for the whole shot. Matt Daddis and Mike Ruzicka. Ruzicka over here on the left side in the Duster. Daddis on the right side of the racetrack in the Starfire. Daddis, 28 up front. I hear a couple of rips, and look at there, Ruzicka is dead on with a 3 out to the 10,000th for the L. Daddis is 28 up front. Ruzicka 64 on the let go. Dead on 0 to Daddis, who went 92 of the 1 for the win. Kenny Underwood and Steve Yannickus. Yannickus lets go too soon, and Underwood goes 1089.5 for the W. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stock. Stock round 2. Stock round 2. We need you to the lanes. Stuckers round 2 to the lanes, please. So Jonathan Vesper, Team Vega over there on the right side. Mike Badia over here on the left side. 440 the dial in for Badia, 499 for Vesper. Badia in the Haas built Cutlass over here on the left side of the racetrack. Vesper on the 499 dial in. The 05 Cavalier. Light for Vesper, 48 light for Badia. Vesper, 31 up front, 501. Badia, 48 up front, 443 at 160. So Jonathan Vesper moving on. 001 red. Gerald Jones. I got it right that time. Savoya. Savoya. I promise you it's 3. I've been told multiple times now. I got told today. Savoya, 3 syllables. David Mullins and Bill Yates. Mullins in the Lumina, Yates in the Camaro. 438 to the 492 of Mullins. Yates rolls forward towards the beams with that Pro-Fan built Camaro. Mullins is 69 on the tree. Yates is 18 on the tree. Bill Yates goes 441 for the W. He's 18 up front, 441 on the 438. Mullins was a little late, 69 up front, 495 on his 492 dial-in. And Bill Yates moving on.
Each week on Speed Sport 1, get the very best in grassroots racing with Prime Cuts. Every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll serve up a new episode.
And around goes the 9, and we're going to pile them up.
From coast to coast and all points in between.
3 wide off of turn 2.
Prime Cuts is choice racing action cut down to the very best.
Oh, great. And oh, holy goodness.
Join us for new episodes, Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1. Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7.
Double trouble. Lost the right front hard.
Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts. Grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look at one upside down into turn number 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's gonna wave. Who's it gonna be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network. Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. Every Monday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Things get a little crazy. We've got some of the best demolition derby action from across the country. Figure 8 racing, enduro racing, and anything else that takes you to the unusual side of motorsports.
Oh, no! And they both go!
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1.
As we'll cover the Stratpool drag race to it.
From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat. All the leaders real bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
All right, we are moving into stock eliminator. I need quick rod to the lanes, stock eliminator. Stock eliminator coming in the water box. Definitely going to be looking at each other going down the racetrack. E-stock automatic of Vance Cummins. Going to be dialed 1132 for the Dodge. Bobby Lundell, left lane, 68 Nova, going to be dialed 1135. 300ths apart on the starting line. Both of them staged up. Here they go away. Effectively, they left together and shouldn't have. Cummins was 37 on the starting line. Lundum was 64 on the starting line, but oh my goodness. Lundum goes ahead and drives around, goes 11:36 on the 11:35. Cummins goes 11:37 on the 11:32. Bobby Lundum moving on to the next round. I think this small block in Denny's 67 Camaro turns 9,000 RPM when he lets go of the clutch. Jim Cakel, 70 Cutlass 442, 1098 the dial in over on the right side of the racetrack. Hillman, 1152. Again, quick rod, we need you to the lanes, quick rod. You know when you post your time slip on your Facebook page and you darken out the reaction time, that's what those guys will be doing. Jim Cakel and Denny Hillman, neither one of them exactly stellar up front. I'm not saying I could do better, but they could have. Cakel goes 11:05 on the 1098 for the win. Hillman, 11:69, doesn't cover the number anyways, but he was behind from the start. Scott Killinger and Steve Tukolsky, the T-Man, 10:72 the dial for the Chevy 2. 10:17 the dial for the VP Camaro. Stevie T moving on, goes 32 up front. Killinger, 003 red. He had a bye last round. As the #1 qualifier, Killinger had a bye. He was red on the bye. Red here in the next round, just by 3 thou. Bruce Boyle, Steven Zorney. Zorney, the McCormick Motorsports Dodge Dakota. Boyle, 89 IHRA Z. Guys on the starting line doing a stellar job this weekend, checking those cars, making sure they're not leaking, checking, make sure everything's good to go. On the starting line. 48 on the tree for Zorney. 40 on the tree for Boyle. Comes down to the finish line. Zorney gets there first. Goes 11:98 on his 11:96. Boyle goes down there in a stripe hog. Takes too much stripe, goes 11:48 on the 11:51. Looks like Zorney just gave him the old dump there at the end line. You look at a 98-mile-an-hour finish line. He let poor Bruce go down there. Michael Hours and Brent Derrick. 10:53 the dial for the Camaro on the left side of the racetrack. Hours on an 11:28 over there in the Demon. Somebody's 002 and somebody's not. The 002 light was for Michael Hours. Derrick was a little late. Hours was not. Hours was 002 up front. 11:34, 113 mile an hour. 9, 10,000 RPM, whatnot. So just a quick touch up there of the actual starting line surface by Brandon Mass Traction, here overseeing all the track prep this weekend. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super stock, super stock, super stock. We need you to the lanes. Super stock, we need you to the lanes for round number 2. Shield, and Tisha Wilson. Wilson, Salisbury, North Carolina. Ryan Shield, Brookville, Indiana. Ryan Shield left lane, Wilson right lane. Slight starting line advantage for Tisha Wilson. Goes 91 with a 0. Ryan Shield dead on with a 1 for the L. Margin of victory 12 thousandths. Wilson 25 up front, 891.0. Ryan Shield 46 up front, 890 with a 1. Chris Fields and Pat Devadas. Devadas out of Howell, Michigan. Fields out of Carleton, Michigan. All right, back at it. Pat DeMattis, Chris Fields. Fields over the right side. DeMattis on the left lane. That little delay did not affect DeMattis at all. 007 up front, 889.8. Double break out there. DeMattis under by just 12 10,000ths. Fields was a little behind up front, goes down there. Goes 887.6. DeMattis moving on. Steve Fields, Bob Proles. Pros over on the right side in the beautiful Dragster. Out Terre Haute, Indiana. Fields, 1999 Advanced Dragster. out of Carlton, Michigan. Win light shines for pros. He was trip zip, by the way, 0-0-0 on the reaction time, 894. Fields was 11 up front. Good start to the pass, but does not get there, 921. It only at 166. Just short of the number. Jamie Elrod, Pat Martin. Martin over on the right side of the racetrack. Elrod, left side out of Lima, Ohio. Martin 29 up front. Elrod 34 up front. Win light comes on for Pat Martin. 29 up front, 895. Jamie 35 up front, 896. To the lanes. Super Rod to the lanes for pairings, please. Super Rod to the lanes, please. Again, Super Rod, Super Rod. Super Rod, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Rod, we need you to the lanes, please. Quick Rod is wrapped up, and we are moving into Super Stock. Engines fire, and they come around the corner for Super Stock. In the water box they come. Pair of Mustangs, the SN95 out of Carlton, Michigan. George Wright over on the left side of the racetrack, going to be dialed 1002. Right side, Mike Fuller, Belleville, Michigan, 2013. Going 1022. Super Rod, Super Rod, Super Rod, we need you to the lanes. Mike Fuller goes dead on with a 9. Wright breaks out. Fuller was 19 up front, dead 9. Nice round win there for Mike Fuller. Earl Rowe, your number 1 qualifier in Aaron Russell. Russell, 96 Camaro on a 10.05. Rowe on a 10.19. Rowe moves on again. He's 18 on the tree. Russell was not 18 on the tree. Rowe 18 up front, 10-20 on his 10-19, and Earl Rowe moving on. Joe Buchanan and Matt Dedis. Buchanan, the 6-cylinder Mustang, dialed 10-32. Dedis, 05 Sunfire on the left side, dialed 999. Buchanan is red and Daddis is not. Daddis is 18 up front, 992 on the 999. And Matt Daddis moving on. H. Adkins. Oh, here we go. No, you give me a different one. Somebody online gave me the how to say one of them. Nick Porchik. Nick Porchik. I'm going with that. That's the left lane, John. That's the Camaro. Right lane, Adkins, 69 AMX. Adkins goes dead on with an 8, 914 on the 914 with an 8, but gave up enough on the starting line, so at the finish line, Nick Porchik goes 958 for the whole shot win. He's 062 up front, takes 18 thousandths at the stripe. There it is, Matt. Oh, I got to look back. Obertanic. Matt Obertanic. Thank you, online, Nick Porchek. Nika Porchek. I got people coaching me online, trying to help me out with some of these names. Chris Lozen on the round three. Goes 987 on his 980 dial, 29 up front, and that wraps up Super Stock.
race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1.
As we'll come to the stripe, we'll drag race to it.
From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her. Oh, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat. All the leaders real bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details, viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
All right. Super Rod coming at you, Mike Coughlin and Jacob Elrod. Elrod over here in the American Race Cars Corvette. The Profab Race Cars shoebox over there of Mike Coughlin. Only 4 thou apart on the starting line. And they were both real good, 009 and 013. The 13 light was for Coughlin, and he goes 993 for the win. Elrod was 003, but a little bit more off the number, goes 995. Gage Birch and Jeff Smith. A 15 and a 16 on the tree. 1 thou apart on the starting line. Gets down to the finish line, double breakout. Jeff Smith goes 9.899. Birch goes 9.890. Took the stripe, but just barely, but that was too much. Double breakout win for Jeff Smith. Dave Fields and John Sickish. Sickish, Belmont, Ohio, the Corvette. Fields, the Calais, over on the right side of the racetrack. Both of them have a 3 and a 1 in the reaction time, but one's a 13, one is a 31. Dave Fields, 13 up front, dead 7. Nice pass there, 20 total for Fields. Sickish was 31 up front, 996, can't get her done. Pat Martin, Steve Hoyt. Attention in the pits, Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman to the lanes for round number 2, Top Sportsman. Steve Hoyt, right side. Left lane, the 27T of Pat Martin. Starting line advantage for Martin, but the double breakout. Steve Hoyt carries him out there and busts him out. Hoyt goes 989.6, Martin goes 988.7. Martin had a pretty decent little starting line hole shot there, but just takes a little too much of the big end. If y'all could see my screen right now, you wouldn't know what to say. Both cars were trip zip red. Paul Richardson was 0001 red. Bob Prose was 0008 red. Prose red light came on first by 7/10 thousandths of a second. Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes. Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes. Chris Goebel goes down, 986, 14 up front. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Dragster. Top Dragster to the lanes. Top Sportsman's paired up. Top Dragster to the lanes, please. Top Dragster to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman coming at you, and Gerald Jones out of Milford, Michigan, out on the right side of the racetrack. Again, attention in the pits. I do need Top Dragster. Top Dragster to the lanes. Gerald Jones, 460 the dial for the RJ Race Cars Pontiac Grand Am. The left lane, I wouldn't have thought I was going to say it. He hadn't been down the racetrack all weekend. He put a 375 on it out of nowhere. I don't don't think he's been green all weekend. He came up, went 50 on the tree, and 377 for the win. So Craig Sullivan with the back, bet on black, 49 Mercury. Can he pull off another one? That Merc went right down Main Street, 377 on the last round. Leaves the 375 on it. Gerald Jones, don't mess around. You might get surprised. Wow. Jones was 009 on the tree, 457. Sullivan does not hold on. Let's go too soon. Goes 111 red. Car made a hard move towards the center line, about 150 feet out. Craig lifts it, drives it back into the lane, no problem. But Jones was 009 up front. He wasn't going to be beat. He wasn't going to get fooled by the Pro Mod. Sullivan was 0.983 to the 60 foot. But look at that. You coast down. Moving it on down to the quarterfinals. Quick check out there to make sure all is good. And sitting in the wings, Dwayne Rice in his Mountain Motor Pro Stock 22 Chevy Camaro. The left lane coming under the tower going to be the 97 Cutlass of Alex Miller, going to be dialed 5 flat for Miller, 416 for the Mountain Motor car of Rice. So the Haas Cutlass of Miller opens the door, fans out the smoke. Starts to ease towards the pre-stage beams. Checking the wheelie bars, getting everything set for Rice. Rice eases towards pre-stage on the right side. Light set bolt. Here goes Miller. Here comes Rice. And Rice was a little bit late, but goes 420 on the 416 dial. Alex Miller was 16 up front, goes 498 on the 5 flat dial in, and Dwayne Rice again moves down to the quarterfinals. Pat DeBonis, 2000 Dakota. Ken Langlois, 92 Cutlass over here on the left side. 489 for DeBonis, 456 for Langlois. Exactly identical on the starting line. Win, light shines for Langlois. They were both 19 on the tree. Literally identical. 0-1-9-0 on the tree on both lanes. DeBonis goes 492 on the 489. Langlois goes 457 on the 456 for the W. James Hayes in the right lane, 465. The dial goes dead on with a 218 up front. Jonathan Vesper was over on the left side. Had that 5 flat, dial goes 4999 for the L. So, man alive, what a drag race that was. James Hayes with the win over on the right side. Vesper breaks out by 8/10 thousandths of a second. The beautiful 68 Firebird of Aaron Glasser finishes the burnout. They just don't have that car quite figured out. That 63 Corvette of Jake Elrod. It's just not perfectly happy yet. Aaron Glasser's is figured out, going 478 for the Firebird. Well, I said it wasn't perfectly figured out. He's 16 up front, 455. Nice pass there for Elrod. Glasser throws it away by 3 thou. 003 red for Glasser, goes 479 on the 478. Does not matter. 3/10,000ths red for Glasser. Elrod moving on. Todd Tutterow rolling into the water. Was your number 1 qualifier with a 3. So Tutterow, he's been 376 in qualifying. Ronnie Proctor, 09 Mustang on the left side of the racetrack. 425 the dial in for Proctor. Tut down there, dialed 370. Still in round 2. Let's see if King Tut can still bracket race. Did it in the first round. Let's see if he's got another one in him. 370 the dial for Tuttero. 425 for Proctor. Proctor had a heck of a pass in the first round. Going to be tough to beat. Tuttero was 008 red. Wow, he was right on it, but 008 red. Proctor, 42 up front, 428 for the win. So Tuttero gives it a good shot, but 008 red. Proctor moving on. Tony Wilson backing up. Brian Richardson in the water. So Tony Wilson on the right side of the racetrack. Another one of those Greenfield excavating cars. 378 the dial. Left lane going to be Brian Richardson. RJ Race Cars, Pontiac Grand Am, 485 the dial for the left side of the racetrack. Top Dragster, you should be in the lanes, and Hot Rod, you're on standby. We'll be back to the top here in just a few minutes. Hot Rod, you're on standby. Top Dragster, final call. If you're not already there, you're late. Oh, man, they give the broke sign for the Wilson machine. Richardson goes in the beam. Richardson moves on to the next round with a freebie as Wilson cannot make the call. They backed the car up, and when he started trying to ease forward, they could not get the car to go forward. After some effort, they give you the broke sign, and Wilson doesn't make the trip. Richardson moving on to the next round, down to the final 8 in Top Sportsman. Bill Yates in that beautiful Profab Camaro out of Newark, Ohio. On the right side, going to be dialed 438. It appears to me that John Vergott's not going to make the call. So Yates going to get a single and moving on to the quarterfinals. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod to the lanes for round number 3. Hot Rod to the lanes. You're up. Hot Rod to the lanes for round 3, please. Yates goes 37 on the tree, dead on with a 3. Nice, clean run there for Bill Yates. Moving on to the round of 8 cars. And rolling right straight into top Dragster. Chad Axford going to be on the left side of the racetrack. Michael Savoya, 2010 American Dragster on the right side, going to be dialed 435. Axford's dialed that one up a little bit. 451 the dial in for Axford. It is the heat of the day. So Savoya going to be dialed 435. Axman 451. The Axman does his job, chops down the tree. 005, dead 5. To be 10 total, so Axford moving on. Savoya goes dead 8. 13 up front, good pass, but no good for Savoya. Savoya, that goes 13 to just plain old be in the way. Mathematically ineligible. Tim Kish and Dickie Smith. Smith gonna be over here on the left side of the racetrack in that Pro Charge Dragster. Kish gonna be on the right side out of Kalamazoo. 32 Bantam, supercharged. Roots type blower on top of the Kish machine. Man, there's another one. 002, dead 5. 7 total for Tim Kish. Tim Kish, 002 up front, dead 5 out the back, 7 total. What a lick for Tim Kish. Dan Davies going to be on the right side. Tony Elrod left side. Blow through setup for both machines. Pro Charger on the front end of the Elrod machine, crank drive. Davies got the side slinger over there, hanging out the left side of that engine. 408 to a 398 for Elrod. Top Dragster, car D484. We need you to the lanes immediately with your car. Top Dragster. Brooke Paquette. You're about to miss the call. Brooke Paquette, you're about to miss the call.
Check 1, 2.
If you're broke, send your crew or yourself up and let us know.
Check 1, 2.
But you fit in to mix the call one way or another. If you're rolling, somebody needs to come let us know. If you're not, please let us know so we know not to wait. Good grief, there's another dead pass. Dan Davies was 005, dead 8. So I've seen a 7-pack, a 10-pack, and a 13-pack back-to-back. That's a lot of packs. That's some great quality racing. Matt Albright, Rick Schneider. Schneider on the left side. Both of them. Supercharger sitting on top of those engines. 01 Hemi for Albright on the right side, down 404. Schneider 438 the dial for the left side of the racetrack. Both of them let go too soon, but Schneider did it first. Albright breaks out, but Schneider was red before Albright. So they both were early, but Schneider was first. So Matt Albright moving on. Tisha Wilson, the turbo Greenbrier Excavating Dragster on the right side. Tom Martino, Martino Motorsports. Ryan backing him up. Tom prepares that 2023 Dragster. I'm going to call it a Pro Charger hanging on the front. Blowing through. Dialed 403 for Martino. 389 for Wilson. Quickest pair of the round right here. Both green, but Martino's was better. With the whole shot win by 7 thousandths of a second. A 7 thou margin at 180 miles an hour. Martino was 15 up front, 406.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
So Brooke Paquette does not make the call, and Alan O'Brien gonna go on a single. That's that quad turbo setup, goes 381, 195 miles an hour on the 380 dial for O'Brien. Hot Rod Rod, you should be here, Hot Rod, and I need stock. Hot Rod, Hot Rod, Hot Rod. You should be in the lanes. If you're not, bring them on up. Hot Rod, come to the lanes. Stock, stock. Stock to the lane, stock. Round number, whatever, we're on 3. Stock to the lanes, please. Quarterfinal action in Top Sportsman. We're going to see Ronnie Proctor meeting up against Bill Yates and Ken Langlois against Jonathan Vesper. That's going to be the top half of the ladder. The bottom half going to see Jake Elrod and Dwayne Rice face off. The winner there will take on the winner of Brian Richardson and Gerald Jones. Top Sportsman is certainly setting up to be a whale of a final. Getting down to the nitty-gritty here in Hot Rod. Scotty Reinshield gonna face off against Sean Pitts. Pitts over on the right side in the Camaro. Reinshield, Corvette over here on the left side. Pits off the stop first. Here comes Ryan Shield as they head down to the big end of the racetrack. Ryan Shield gets there as Pitts goes under by 1 thou. Ryan Shield was 19 up front to go 91 with a 7 on the 90. Pitts was 33 up front, 1089, 8 on the 1090 for the breakout. Quick rod, quick rod, quick rod to the lanes, please. Quick rod to the lanes, please. Bill Edwards and Matt Daddis. Daddis in the Starfire, Edwards on the left side in the notchback. Edwards close by from Dearborn, Michigan. Daddis, Vermillion, Ohio. As they head down the racetrack, nearly dead even on the starting line, Bill Edwards goes dead on with a 2. Look at these passes as we get further down to the numbers. 29 up front, dead 2. Daddis was 27 up front, 91 with a 7. Margin of victory for Bill Edwards, 12 thousandths. Mitchell Hinton and Kenny Underwood. Underwood here on the left side of the racetrack. Hinton, the 77 Camaro on the right side. Pair of second chins. Underwood is fixing to be tough to beat. 005 up front. 1097. Maybe lets off a little early, not showing everything. Hinton, 0019 red. Hinton was 1091, but 1 thou red. Oof. Looks like the final 3 are set in hot rod, and it looks like Underwood gonna have a bye to the finals, where Ryan Shield will meet up against Edwards. Edwards and Ryan Shield will meet up to see who gets the honor of taking on Mr. Underwood in the finals of hot rod. I need quick rod. I need stock. If you're not here in stock, you're late. I need quick rod, quick rod, quick rod.
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. Every Monday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Things get a little crazy. We've got some of the best demolition derby action from across the country. Figure 8 racing, enduro racing, and anything else that takes you to the unusual side of motorsports.
Oh, no! And they both go!
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7.
Trouble. Lost the right front hard.
Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts, grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look at one upside down into turn number 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's gonna wave. Who's it gonna be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1.
As we'll come to the stripe, we'll drag race to it.
From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her. Oh, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat. All the leaders real bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details, viewing options. Each week on Speed Sport 1, get the very best in grassroots racing with Prime Cuts. Every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll serve up a new episode.
And around goes the 9, and we're going to pile them up.
From coast to coast and all points in between.
3 wide off of turn 2.
Prime Cuts is choice racing action cut down to the very best.
Great. And holy goodness!
Join us for new episodes, Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Quick Rod, you should be in the lanes. Moving into our stalkers. Michael Hours. In the 71 Demon, going to be dialed 1132. Steven Zorni, 1196 for the Dakota. Zorni made a lot of laps down in Columbus, and he shows why. 007 dead 5 for Zorni. Ours was 23 red, so it was all over but the crying. Did still go dead on with a 2. Doggone it. Zorni, 007 though, and dead on with a 5. Super stock. Attention in the pits, super stock. Super stock, super stock. We need you to the lane. Super stock. Jim Cakel and Stevie T. 1072 for the 66 Chevy 2. 1102 for the 7442 over on the right side for Cakel. Couple misses on the tree there, but Cakel does the better job at the big end. Tukolsky goes under by 12 thou. Cakel is over and clean. So Jim Cakel moving on to the next round. Bobby Lundum, 68 Nova on a single over there, showing 1136 on the board. First pair up, Bob Pro's going to be on the right side of the racetrack. Tisha Wilson going to be over here on the left side. We're in Quick Rod, 890 index. Wilson, the 2023 Race Tech Dragster on the left side. Pros, Terre Haute, Indiana. 20 Miller Dragster over on the magazine side of the track. Only 1,000 separate them on the starting line, a 12 light to a 13 light. Double breakout. Tisha Wilson goes 8, 8, 8, 9. Bob Prose goes 8, 8, 8, 4. Win light shines for Tisha Wilson. Just 5,000 separated him at the finish line and 1 at the starting line. What a race for that was right there. Next pair, Pat Martin and Pat DeMattis. So Tisha Wilson going to make up 1/2 of the finals. Another identical race here. Who's going to take this one to face off against Wilson in the finals? It's going to be going dead on with a 9, Pat DeMattis. 16 up front, dead 9 out the back. No, he's 19 up front, dead 9 out the back. Martin was 16 up front. To the lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Super stock, super rod. open. If you want Milan merchandise, that is available at the Pro Shop. If you would like Darana Dragway and IHRA and event information and merchandise, that is at the big old IHRA tent. So you can actually get either one here this weekend. Concessions are open. Brian's Burgers is open. John Nekporchik. I know somebody online told me how to do it earlier, but I'm not on that screen anymore. I can say the other one. Earl Rowe in the right lane. 10-19 for the 88 Camaro. Left lane, the 23 Superstock 402 Camaro on a 959, and the left lane has the whole shot. And goes down and breaks out by 5 thou. Takes too much at the big end, and Earl Rowe, your number one qualifier, moves around again, gets a little bit of a gift there from Nekporchik. Mike Fuller and Chris Lozen. Lozen on the right side, 987 the dial in, left lane. Fuller on that 1023. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need top sportsman, top sportsman. Top sportsman win goes to Lozen. Goes 988, 12 up front. Nice pass, takes 6 thousandths at the stripe. Matt Daddis, Daryl Charavino. Charavino, left side of the racetrack, 67 Camaro. Daddis, right side of the racetrack, 05 Sunfire. Starting line. Absolutely, and I hear the ripping all the way from here. Oh my goodness, look at Daddis. 005, dead 914 total. Goes 99999 all the way across the board on the 999 dial in, and was 005 up front. rolling right into Super Rod. Top Sportsman, we need you going into Super Rod. Mike Coughlin, the Jigs, 55 shoebox. The left lane, Jeff Smith, Jr. 90 Skylark. B&B race cars, Profab race cars on the right side. I got a 006 and an 11 on the starting line. .006 and on the double breakout goes to Coughlin. Coughlin 006 up front goes 989.0. Smith 11 up front goes 988 with a 5. As tight drag racing once again. Paul Richardson and Chris Goebel. Richardson on the right side in the Roadster. Goebel over here in the K car. .29 up front and goes dead. 8th out the back, and Paul Richardson. Moving on to the next round. Dave Fields and Steve Hoyt. Hoyt over here in the Cavalier. Fields right side in the Cutlass Calais. Appears nobody wants to stage. There goes Hoyt. Everybody is absolutely on point at this time. Fields 004 up front. Hoyt 016 up front. Hoyt with the win goes dead on with the 5. Fields goes down there and takes too much stripe, goes 988.4 on that 990, even though he had the whole shot start. Dragster to the lanes. Top Sportsman, you should already be in the lanes. If you're not, you're kind of late. As it shows on the live feed, coming up, Top Sportsman round 3, 8 cars left. we had a full 32-car field in Top Sportsman. 8 left, 4 pairs. I also need Top Dragster making your way to the lanes. Top Dragster, please.
Each week on Speed Sport 1, get the very best in grassroots racing with Prime Cuts. Every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll serve up a new episode.
And around goes the 9, and we're going to pile them up.
From coast to coast and all points in between.
3 wide off at turn 2.
Prime Cuts is choice racing action cut down to the very best.
Great. And oh, holy goodness!
Join us for new episodes, Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1. Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. Every Monday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Things get a little crazy. We've got some of the best demolition derby action from across the country. Figure 8 racing, enduro racing, and anything else that takes you to the unusual side of motorsports.
Oh, no! And they both go!
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7.
Trouble. Lost the right front hard.
Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts. Grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look out, one upside down into turn number 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's gonna wave. Who's it gonna be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1.
As we'll cover the strap pull drag race to it.
From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her. Oh, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat. All the leaders real bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details, viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
James Hayes and Ken Langlois. James Hayes in the 58 Corvette. Ken Langlois, left lane 92 Cutlass. Both cars in, tree starts to drop. And they're 12 to 18 on the starting line. And dead on with a 2, James Hayes. 18 up front, dead 2 out the back. Margin of victory, 10 thou for James Hayes. That's car number 1, moving on to the semifinals. Next pair coming into the water box. Gerald Jones and Brian Richardson. Richardson going to be on the left side of the racetrack in the Grand Am. Oh, it's a pair of Grand Ams. I can't say the Grand Am. They're both Grand Ams. Both RJ race cars Grand Ams. Other than the paint, they look strikingly familiar. I wonder why that is. If they were the same color, I don't think you could tell them apart. Both very fine, nice-looking race cars. Richardson going to be on a 487 on the left side. Jones going to be on a 457 on the right side. Here comes the Jones machine forward. I wasn't sure what was going on there, but Jones now eases towards the starting line as Richardson sits there with the pre-stage bulb on. Once he got moving that way, wasted no time, and Jones is in. .485 for Richardson. Jones, 3/10 red. Top Dragster. Top Dragster. Hello, is this mic on? I think it is. Top Dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. Top Dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. Car number 3, 4, 5, 6. Easy to remember, car 3, 4, 5, 6, Dragster. We need you to the lanes. I'm going to make a wild guess that Gerald Jones did not have his delay box set, because he was 3/10 red and there was 3/10 difference on the dial in. Oh no. And now Dwayne Rice's car won't back up. That car has been absolutely perfect for the last 2 races, and it ain't perfect now. Oh man, that is absolute heartbreak. The Rice machine has got a significant breakage. They're pushing it backwards. A trail of fluid out behind it. Broke something big time in the burnout. I hope they got a spare bullet. So Jacob Elrod gets an absolute gift. Now, he's been right on the number. He was 53 last time, put a 53 on it. But Rice has been absolutely on fire. So Elrod is 008 red, goes 455.4 right down the gut. And Jacob Elrod moves on to the next round where he will face off against Brian Richardson. Absolute crushing blow there for Dwayne Rice. A trail of fluid from the burnout on. And where it came to a stop, quite the puddle. So Dwayne Rice and that team has work to do, as they had apparently a major come apart for the Rice machine. Absolutely hate to see that. Gonna be down for a few minutes. Because we're gonna have a little cleanup from, till what is that marker? Oh, that's about 150 feet. 150, 200 feet out. Gonna have all hands on deck to get that. And I feel absolutely horrible for the Rice camp. They've had that car dialed and tuned to a T. And now they got work to do. Hate to see it. Happy to see it for Jacob Elrod moving on to the semifinals. But you don't ever want to see it that way. That is big time loss and probably expensive loss. Some downtime. We got a pretty good cleanup going on there on the right side. Fortunately, it happened in the burnout and not when the car was making a pass down the track and just went everywhere. So gonna have a little music playing out there. Time to get up, get you a cold drink, get you something to eat. Pick up a new t-shirt or hat over at the IHRA trailer, get you a cheeseburger. Concessions at the concession stand, as well as Brian's Burgers open. Or just hang out over there in the shade and enjoy the beautiful afternoon. It's a little warm, but boy, you got shade and quite the breeze, so I bet you're pretty comfortable. Are we comfortable over there in the shade seats? Yes. I'm glad to see somebody on the property listens to me. I know you ain't listening to me. I know. If they're in the tower, they have no choice because there's no walls in here. So they all get to listen to me all weekend. I understand why most towers have a door between the announcer and everybody else, because the announcer is usually loud, crazy, and doesn't know what the heck they're talking about. But then there's me. I'm still loud and crazy. Occasionally I know what I'm talking about, but not all the time. So y'all get up, stretch your legs, go to the potty, do all those things. We got a little bit of racing left to do, and we got the scrubber already out there getting the liquid up off the racetrack. Going to be down for a little bit to get that cleaned up, dried up, and then re-prepped. So you got time to get up and walk around, maybe get a picture of your favorite race car. Maybe come down here and listen to the band. They sound like they're rocking down there. And we'll be back to you shortly.
picture here, it's all black and white. It ain't real clear, is that you there? Said, yeah, I was 11. Times were tough back in 35. It's me and Uncle Joe trying to survive a cotton farm through the Great Depression. Even looks like we were scared to death, like a couple of kids just trying to save each other. Should have seen it in color.
All right, back rolling for the final pair in Top Sportsman. Gonna be Ronnie Proctor on the left side of the racetrack, the 2009 Mustang. Bill Yates, Profab Camaro on the right side of the racetrack out of Newark, Ohio, dialed for 38. Just a tick quicker, going to be Ronnie Proctor. Hedgesville, West Virginia in the Mustang. I imagine that was the crew saying, click it off, he ain't gonna get there. 13 on the tree for Proctor, and Yates missed the tree. So Ronnie Proctor moving on to the semifinals, goes 4:28 with a 13 light. So Ronnie Proctor makes up the fourth car in the semifinals. Alan O'Brien and Tim Kish. Kish was like 7th thou total last pass in this little Bantam in the left lane, dialing 468. The quickest car in the field on the right side, Alan O'Brien. 381 the dial there for the quad turbo setup of O'Brien. OMG. Kish was 35 up front and breaks out. O'Brien was not in the picture. When Kish gets that time slip, you're going to want to hide the razor blades. Goes 465.8 on the 468. And O'Brien completely missed the tree, did go 380 flat. I know I can't judge. You're trying to judge a stripe at 195 miles an hour, the car catching you, going 200. But Kish ain't going to be happy with himself. Dan Davies, Chaz Axford. Chad Axford, 449 to the 409 of Dan Davies. All clear and they go in. 409 for Davies, 449 for Axford. 4/10 of a second head start in the left lane. Axford lets go 2 thou red, 002. By the way, Davies was trip zip. So Axford 002 red. Davies trip zip green. You can't tell me they weren't up on the wheel. Final pair of the round. Tom Martino. Previous world champion. And Matt Albright. Albright, the 2001 Spitzer with the Hemi in it. Martino over here on the left side with the blow-through Par Racing engines. Lucas Oil Machine dialed 405. Albright dialed 4 flat. Martino got no one to blame but himself right there. He was 50 up front. Albright was 22. They double break out. Albright under by 12 thou. Martino under by 28 thou. Martino was 50 on the tree. Albright was 22. Hot Rod, we need you to the lanes. Stock, you're on standby. Attention in the pits, stock. Attention in the pits, stock. Stock to the lanes. Stock to the lanes, please. All right, half of the semifinals, staging them up. Right lane, Scotty Reinschild, 69 Corvette. Made it to the finals both races at the last event. Bill Edwards in the left lane out of Dearborn, Michigan, 88 Mustang. He's loaded both my cars up before, so I know he can get it done. And he does get it done. I put the Jinxie on Reinschild. The announcer Jinx just went on to Reinschild. He was 007 red, 1086. Edwards, 16 up front, 10, 87-8. Bill Edwards moving on to the finals where he will face off against Kenny Underwood. Underwood showing off over there, 008 on the tree. Goes 10.94.1, so you're going to have a heck of a final. Bill Edwards was 16 up front, 10.87.8. Underwood was 008 up front, 10. Super stock. We need you to the lanes. Super stock. Here's another important piece of information. Payouts. Payouts are not here in the race control. They are on the right side lane, the other building. The Darana, Dragway, Milan, Michigan IHRA building on the right lane. Upstairs. We're gonna make you work for it. You gotta go up the stairs to get it. Payouts are on the spectator side of the race, the pit side of the racetrack in the big building right here at the starting line. Upstairs, pit side is where your payouts are. Attention in the pits, I'll take Quick Rod. I kind of thought we were going to skip you since you're in the finals, but go ahead and bring Quick Rod up as well. Super Stock, Super Rod, and Quick Rod to the lanes. Stock semifinal action coming around the corner. Bobby Lundum, left lane. Right lane, Jim Kakel. Kakel on a 1099. Lundum on the 1140. Boy, Kakel missed the tree. Lundum, 32 up front. Goes way under, Lundum does, but
What was that?
Kakel further under. And with the bye to the final, Steve Zorney in the Dakota, dialing at 1196. Por favor. Headed into Super Rod semifinals, Mike Coughlin and Paul Richardson. Oh, first time I've seen the Richardson car over here on the left lane all weekend, and boy, oh boy, does that paint job shine out there in the afternoon sun. 68 Camaro on the left side. Coughlin. Jegs 55 Chevy on the right side. Semifinals. On the double breakout, Paul Richardson. Hands go in the air down here on the starting line. Woo! 17 up front. Coughlin was 18 up front. Richardson was 5 thou under. Coughlin was 16 thou under. Steve Hoyt was trip zip 9 red, 989.3. So 6 thou under and 9/10 thou red. So you're going to see Steve Hoyt take on Paul Richardson. Eliminations for the Pro-Am here at Darana, Dragway, Milan, Michigan. Pat DeBonis and Tisha Wilson. Wilson, the Greenbrier. Dragster in the right lane. DeBonis. The 2005 M&M Dragster on the left side of the racetrack. This is your quick rod finals. Wilson right, DeBonis left. Who gets Iron Man? Man, that's going to be a race. Tisha Wilson was 0-2 on the tree. DeBonis was 13 on the tree. Double breakout. Wilson under by 4 thou. DeBonis under by 13 thou. So your winner here this weekend, or this week, we're not even to the weekend yet, and we've already got winners. The winner for the Pro-Am in Quick Rod, congratulations, Tisha Wilson. Super stock semis coming at you. Earl Rowe, your number one qualifier out front. Lozon trying to chase him down. Big starting line advantage for Chris Lozon. as Rowe was a little late. Kind of missed the tree a little bit for Rowe, and Lozen gonna hang on. Goes 989 on the 987. Gonna face off against Matt Daddis. So Matt Daddis, Pontiac Sunfire, gonna go to the finals to face off against the 92 Achieva of Chris Lozen. Clicks it off way early, don't want to show what we got. And that's okay. You get the numbers by the 8th mile, you know what it's going to run in the quarter. So going to be Matt Daddis going off against Chris Lozon in Super Stock. Don't forget, 30 minutes away, racer appreciation over at the IHRA hospitality tents. And you're in for a treat. So racers, racer appreciation dinner brought to you by the IHRA over at the hospitality tents. Not hard to find. And it will be worth, whether you walk or ride your golf cart or whatever however you get there. I promise you want to be there. 30 minutes from now. Top Sportsman rolling through the water. Semifinals. the 63 Corvette of Jacob Elrod. Right side, 03 Grand Am of Brian Richardson. Seems Elrod have found the magic spot for the Corvette. It's been on a number all afternoon. Brian Richardson over there in that Grand Am. Going to be one tough cookie. This is semifinals. 484 for Richardson, 455 for Elrod. Elrod chomps down the tree. Wow, wow, wow. Elrod 008 up front, dead one out the back, 9 total for Elrod. I told you they found the sweet spot. 9 total at 152 mile an hour in that Corvette. 008 up front, dead one out the back. Richardson was 40 up front and absolutely nowhere to go. So congratulations, Jacob Elrod, moving on to the finals in Top Sportsman. Listen up, attention in the pits. I need all finalists. If you're in the finals, come to the lanes. Car 3, 4, 5, 6 in Top Dragster. Matt Albright, we need you to the lanes. Car 3, 4, 5, 6. To the lanes in Top Dragster. Matt Albright, we need you to the lanes. Gonna be another barn burner. James Hayes over on the right side of the racetrack in the 58 Corvette. Ronnie Proctor, been absolutely killer. 426 to dial in for the Mustang. I don't envy either one of them other than they're driving race cars right now because they are bad dudes in both lanes. Hayes is 27 up front, goes dead zero. Goes dead zero for Hayes. 4650. Was 27 up front. Proctor was 31 up front and in the way. Proctor was 31. Sportsman going to be James Hayes and Jacob Elrod. Again, I need all my finalists, other than top sportsmen, to the lanes. I need hot rod, stock, super stock, and super rod finals to the lanes, please. Quick check of the surface down at the big end, and moving into top dragster semifinals. Winner of this pair will have to race Matt Albright in the finals. Alan O'Brien and Dan Davies. O'Brien with that wild turbo setup in the right lane. Sidewinder hanging off the side here of the Davies machine. So two quite unique power adders find their way in the semifinals where they get to decide who will race Matt Albright. O'Brien was there to be had, 75 up front, but Davies throws it out the window, goes 5, thou red. So Alan O'Brien moving on to the finals in top dragster. I suspect Albright's going to come up here and take the tree under power and then probably back it out. Certainly has the option of making the pass or taking the tree. Kyle Lang going to direct him up here to where he can take the tree and back out. Legit bye to the finals. Takes the tree under power, going to back it out and save it for the final. So Matt Albright and Alan O'Brien going to face off in the Tap Dragster finals coming up shortly.
Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1.
As we'll come to this track, we'll drag race to it.
From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her. Oh, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat. All the leaders real bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details, viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7.
Double trouble. Lost the right front hard.
Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts, grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look at one upside down into turn number 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's gonna wave. Who's it gonna be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network. Each week on Speed Sport 1, get the very best in grassroots racing with Prime Cuts. Every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll serve up a new episode.
And around goes the 9, and we're going to pile them up.
From coast to coast and all points in between.
3 wide off at turn 2.
Prime Cuts is choice racing action cut down to the very best.
Oh, great. And oh, holy goodness.
Join us for new episodes, Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1. Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. Every Monday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, things get a little crazy. We've got some of the best demolition derby action from across the country. Figure 8 racing, enduro racing, and anything else that takes you to the unusual side of motorsports.
Oh, no! And they both go!
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Payouts for this first 2 days of racing. Dinner in 15 minutes. Dinner in 15 minutes at the hospitality tent. And I need my stock, super stock, hot rod finalists to the lanes. And super rod. Hot Rod Finals. Coming to the starting line, Bill Edwards, Kenny Underwood. Edwards, right side. Underwood won the Thursday race at Ohio. Can he repeat, or will Edwards keep the money in Michigan? Underwood is 19 on the tree. Edwards, 34 on the tree. And there you go. Kenny Underwood goes 10.91 for the W. Congratulations, Bill Edwards, on the runner-up. Kenny Underwood, your winner. I need my stock final. I need top Sportsman. I need top Dragster. And I need Super Rod final. Payouts on the second floor of the tower on the pit side. If you're on the racetrack, it would be the right side of the racetrack. Hospitality dinner ought to be coming up real soon, 6:30, and it's 6:18 now. So you might want to start making your way towards the hospitality tent. Something that Daryl and Darana Hybrid and Darana Dragway and IHRA want to show their appreciation to all the racers that made the trip here. We're going to feed your belly. So head on over there. You're going to get you an awesome dinner. No need to go out and spend $20, $30, $40 a piece on dinner. Head right on over to the IHRA hospitality tent. And have you a phenomenal dinner on the IHRA. Stock finals. Stock finals coming at you. Bobby Lundum, Stephen Zorney. Zorney, the McCormick Motorsports Dakota. Lundum, 68 Nova, 1135 to the 1195 for the Dakota. Both rides away clean. 35 up front for Zorney. Lundum a little bit behind on the starting line, and that's all she wrote. Steven Zorni, 35 up front, 11.97 for the W. Lundum, 66 up front, 11.37, nowhere to go. So congratulations, Steven Zorni. Super stock final pulling into the water. Matt Daddis and Chris Lozon. $9.86 for Lozon on the left side. $9.96 for Daddis on the right side of the racetrack. Super stock final. Daddis won super stock 2 weeks ago in Ohio. Can he repeat? Or will it be Lozon over here on the left side of the racetrack? Daddis with a little bit of work to do. Can he do the work? He cannot. And your winner, Chris Lozon, 21 up front, 9.86, 3, dead 3 for Lozon. No room for Daddis. Daddis was 34 up front, and right there he's already met. So 3 pairs left to run here on day number 2. Pro-Am Racing, Darana Dragway, Milan, Michigan. The opening 2 days of the Outlaw Nitro Series. We kick it all off again in the morning with qualifying all day tomorrow for Sportsman classes. You get a qualifier and an eliminator. Pro classes start qualifying in the afternoon. 2 rounds of qualifying for all the pro classes tomorrow afternoon. That's going to be top alcohol, Nitro Harley, snowmobiles, a huge bunch of pro mods, pro nitrous, mountain motor pro stock, Nitro funny car, and top fuel dragster. If you're watching online, you can get back on tomorrow. I see a few people asking about more cameras. There will 100% be more cameras starting tomorrow. There's boom cameras on the starting line. There's finish line cameras. There's drone cameras. Coverage picks up tomorrow morning here at Darana Dragway. Thank you to Speed Sport and the IHRA for providing a free live feed show. Thank you to IHRA for giving me the opportunity to speak my mind over the microphone all weekend. It's a fairly short story if I'm speaking my mind. Hey, I do have a racer. It's another air gauge, tire gauge announcement. This is a different one. I think one of the racers lost their tire gauge on the way to the lanes. So if you're on one of the return roads or you're in the lanes or whatever and you find a tire gauge, will you please bring it to the tower? Blue Intercop tire gauge. If it's not yours, you found it on the return road, you found it in the staging lanes, you found it laying in the grass, there's a racer that needs that. So you can bring that to the tower and we will get it to its rightful owner. Appreciate everybody for coming out here on a very toasty, warm day in Michigan. We have an absolutely full, packed weekend here scheduled ahead for you. Payouts are in the right lane tower. The pit side tower upstairs. Believe me, you do not want to come to the announcer and ask for a payout because it'll be a really small payout. I have to borrow some from Ron Vance just to actually get a pen to be able to fill out the check. Good point. My name is Brent Carver. It has been an absolute honor to be here for the last couple days and looking forward to a blowout weekend here in Michigan. Thank you for everybody that's tuned in on the live stream. There's been 1,000 to 1,500 people watching on the live stream all day today. Appreciate you all watching, tuning in, being active on the chat. And looking forward to bringing you all the action here tomorrow and Saturday. You will be able to watch it on YouTube, IHRA TV on YouTube. Many of you are watching there. You can also watch it on Speed Sport 2 tomorrow during the day. Tomorrow evening at 6:30 p.m., you're going to switch over to Speed Sport. If you're a Speed Sport person, you're going to switch over. You can watch it on your regular old TV on Speed Sport 1. I know that channel's available on Roku and other platforms. It's free. Saturday, we'll be back here on, and you'll still be on YouTube, by the way. Saturday, you'll be back on YouTube and Speed Sport 2 during the day, and Speed Sport 1 for the finals Saturday night. Lots of ways to watch. Lots of ways to keep up. What you really need to do is come buy you just a $40 ticket and see it in person. It is truly going to be a spectacle. Truly a sight to behold. Super Rod Finals. Steve Hoyt, that beautiful copper and black 04 Cavalier on the right side of the racetrack. Left lane belongs to Paul Richardson out of Woodburn, Indiana. Spectacular looking 68 blue and silver Camaro Roadster. Who gets the next win check? It's coming up here in just under 10 seconds. Richardson absolutely kicking himself. The car must have rocked back out of the beams. He bumped it back in, didn't get it set, and it went through the beams. There on the right side of the racetrack. That's a toughie. But there's always the weekend. I could see the disappointment there on Richardson, on his crew, and I could even see it on him. The car went through the beams. Hands went up in the air. Man, what a bummer. Not to take anything away at all. Congratulations, Steve Hoyt, Fort Wayne, Indiana. You're a winner here in Super Rod today. Two to go, and we're wrapped up here in day number 2. Top Sportsman and Top Dragster finals. Getting ready to come around the corner. Wrapping up what has been a spectacular day of racing here at Darana Dragway. Looky, looky, looky. Alan O'Brien. By far the most unusual combination I've ever seen on a dragster and probably ever seen anywhere. Albright with not much of a burnout, but seems to be satisfied with that. '01 Hemi-powered Spitzer on the left lane for Matt Albright. Alan O'Brien, 4 turbos on the sides hanging out of that 2023 race tech. 381 the dial for Albright. 4 flat for Albright. 381 for O'Brien. I think Albright knew the car wasn't going to go when he wouldn't do the burnout. But he did come up and stage the car. You never know. O'Brien goes and makes the pass, realizes, probably got a message from the crew. Drop, 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 if I was guessing. It all comes down to this. Every second counts. Oh, wait. Isn't that Apollo Ono? Minute to win it. This deal, there's just a few seconds to win it. Corvettes, 58 Corvette of James Hayes. Going to be dialed 465, and oh, by the way, it went 465 with a 0 on the last pass. Jacob Elrod, the blow-through setup in the 63 Corvette. On the left side of the track, dialed 454. He was 001 on the light last pass. I'm not sure which way this is going to go. But I'm taking the Corvette. There Elrod finds the first one. Keeps bumping, got the second one on. Here comes Hayes. James Hayes pushes the tree 7 thousandths too much. Hayes is 007 red, Elrod 16 green, 458 for Elrod. Hayes shoves the tree 7 thousandths. We'll see you over at the Racer Appreciation Dinner tonight. Have a great night. We'll talk to you in the morning.